Thank you. Okay.
He's good.
I would like to call this meeting of May 29, 2025 to order. Thank you to the live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. We're also live streaming our meeting. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes. Here.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the May 29, 2025 meeting agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second? Second. Any comment or objection? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda of May 29, 2025. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes. The agenda is approved. The Board of Education will convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4FI, to discuss a personnel matter, specifically the superintendent mid-year check-in. Is there a motion for the Board of Education to convene an executive session under CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4FI, to discuss a personnel matter, specifically the superintendent mid-year check-in?
I move to convene an executive session under CRS 24-6-402, 4FI, to discuss a personnel matter, specifically the superintendent mid-year check-in.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? It has been moved and seconded that the Board of Education will convene into executive session. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
And that passes. The board will now convene in executive session, which is closed to the general public.
One of the key responsibilities of the Board of Education is policymaking. We create and adopt policies that shape how our schools operate, everything from curriculum decisions to policies that ensure every student feels a sense of belonging. Our policies help ensure consistency, fairness, and excellence across all district schools. We work hard to ensure they reflect our community's values and serve students' best interests while following state and federal laws.
School boards are advocates for students, teachers, and schools. Whether at the local, state, or even the national level, we work to ensure our district's needs are heard. This includes pushing for adequate funding, better resources, and policies that benefit our students and our community. Advocacy is a critical part of making certain our schools have what they need to succeed in providing the educational experience students deserve today. You can view our board legislative agenda by visiting jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
Community engagement is at the heart of what we do. As a school board, we represent the voices of Jeffco families, students, and all of our community members. We hold public meetings, we listen to concerns, and we encourage everyone to share their thoughts and opinions about the district. Your feedback helps us to make better decisions for our schools and shape our district's future.
One of the most important roles we have as a school board is hiring and evaluating the superintendent, who serves as the district CEO and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of our schools. We provide the support and guidance they need to effectively lead and evaluate their performance to ensure progress towards our educational goals.
As members of your Jeffco School Board, we help set the vision for our district's future. We work closely with Superintendent Dorland and her staff to ensure that our goals align with our community values and the needs of our students. Whether it's improving academic achievement or enhancing school safety, we're committed to Jeffco's mission of providing a world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens.
Hi, I'm Mary Parker, a proud Jeffco school board member. Do you ever wonder what a school board does? We're a group of elected volunteers who help set the direction for our district. From shaping policies to approving budgets, we ensure that every student in our community has access to a quality education. It's our job to listen to families, students, and educators to make informed decisions that benefit everyone in our school community. For more information about the work of our board, including our meeting schedule and how to connect with us, please visit jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
As a school board, we're responsible for overseeing the district's budget. Every dollar matters when it comes to providing the best education possible. We carefully allocate funds to support teachers, maintain facilities, and improve student programs. It's our job to ensure financial transparency and accountability while balancing the needs of students, staff, and taxpayers.
One of the most important roles we have as a school board is hiring and evaluating the superintendent, who serves as a district CEO and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of our schools. We provide the support and guidance they need to effectively lead and evaluate their performance to ensure progress towards our educational goals.
Of the Board of Education is policymaking. We create and adopt policies that shape how our schools operate everything from curriculum decisions to policies that ensure every student feels a sense of belonging. Our policies help ensure consistency, fairness, and excellence across all district schools. We work hard to ensure they reflect our community's values and serve students' best interests while following state and federal laws.
One of the most important roles we have as a school board is hiring and evaluating the superintendent, who serves as a district CEO and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of our schools. We provide the support and guidance they need to effectively lead and evaluate their performance to ensure progress towards our educational goals.
Community engagement is at the heart of what we do. As a school board, we represent the voices of Jeffco families, students, and all of our community members. We hold public meetings, we listen to concerns, and we encourage everyone to share their thoughts and opinions about the district. Your feedback helps us to make better decisions for our schools and shape our district's future.
School boards are advocates for students, teachers, and schools. Whether at the local, state, or even the national level, we work to ensure our district's needs are heard. This includes pushing for adequate funding, better resources, and policies that benefit our students and our community. Advocacy is a critical part of making certain our schools have what they need to succeed in providing the educational experience students deserve today. You can view our board legislative agenda by visiting jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
As a school board, our focus goes beyond just today. It's about the future. We are committed to the long-term planning that ensures the district's continued success, a thriving district where all students can achieve their biggest dreams. From updating facilities to integrating new technology, we consider how today's decisions will impact students in the years to come. Our focus is on sustainability, innovation, and growth for the future of education in our community.
Hi, I'm Mary Parker, a proud Jeffco school board member. Do you ever wonder what a school board does? We're a group of elected volunteers who help set the direction for our district. From shaping policies to approving budgets, we ensure that every student in our community has access to a quality education. It's our job to listen to families, students, and educators to make informed decisions that benefit everyone in our school community. For more information about the work of our board, including our meeting schedule and how to connect with us, please visit jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
As a school board, our focus goes beyond just today. It's about the future. We are committed to the long-term planning that ensures the district's continued success, a thriving district where all students can achieve their biggest dreams. From updating facilities to integrating new technology, we consider how today's decisions will impact students in the years to come. Our focus is on sustainability, innovation, and growth for the future of education in our community.
School boards are advocates for students, teachers, and schools, whether at the local, state, or even the national level. We work to ensure our district's needs are heard. This includes pushing for adequate funding, better resources, and policies that benefit our students and our community. Advocacy is a critical part of making certain our schools have what they need to succeed in providing the educational experience students deserve today. You can view our board legislative agenda by visiting jeffcopublicschools.org/board. School boards are advocates for students, teachers, and schools, whether at the local, state, or even the national level. We work to ensure our district's needs are heard. This includes pushing for adequate funding, better resources, and policies that benefit our students and our community. Advocacy is a critical part of making certain our schools have what they need to succeed in providing the educational experience students deserve today. You can view our board legislative agenda by visiting jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
Community engagement is at the heart of what we do. As a school board, we represent the voices of Jeffco families, students, and all of our community members. We hold public meetings, we listen to concerns, and we encourage everyone to share their thoughts and opinions about the district. Your feedback helps us to make better decisions for our schools and shape our district's future.
One of the most important roles we have as a school board is hiring and evaluating the superintendent, who serves as the district CEO and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of our schools. We provide the support and guidance they need to effectively lead and evaluate their performance to ensure progress towards our educational goals.
As a school board, we're responsible for overseeing the district's budget. Every dollar matters when it comes to providing the best education possible. We carefully allocate funds to support teachers, maintain facilities, and improve student programs. It's our job to ensure financial transparency and accountability while balancing the needs of students, staff, and taxpayers. As a school board, we're responsible for overseeing the district's budget. Every dollar matters when it comes to providing the best education possible. We carefully allocate funds to support teachers, maintain facilities, and improve student programs. It's our job to ensure financial transparency and accountability while balancing the needs of students, staff, and taxpayers. One of the key responsibilities of the Board of Education is policymaking. We create and adopt policies that shape how our schools operate everything from curriculum decisions to policies that ensure every student feels a sense of belonging. Our policies help ensure consistency, fairness, and excellence across all district schools. We work hard to ensure they reflect our community's values and serve students' best interests while following state and federal laws.
And the school board has just finished its executive session, and we are returning to the public session of this meeting. We are going to start the meeting with honors and recognition. Every month, the Board of Education has the pleasure of recognizing students, staff, schools, and community members for their achievements and contributions to our community. And in the spring like this, we have a lot of people to recognize, so we are going to move into that honors and recognition right now. For our first recognition of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor our district winter and spring athletic state champions. And to begin, we'd like to watch a brief highlight video of these athletes. So we have a lot to celebrate here, and I know not everyone's here, but we are going to read everyone's name. So athletes, will you please make your way to the front of the board as your name is called? And presenting board members and Jeffco's Executive Director of Athletics and Activities, Patrick Simpson, can you please make your way to the front of the boardroom? All right, so we are going to start out. Director Kenworthy.
From Arvada West High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize Austin Udali. Austin won the wrestling Class 5A 150-pound individual state championship. Congratulations, Austin.
So it's my understanding that Columbine was not able to make it tonight, but I do want to acknowledge how well the students from my former employer did. So from Columbine High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize Tobin Ewell and McKenna Heston. So if you could, oh, they're not coming to the front of the room, that's right. Tobin Ewell won the swimming Class 5A 100-meter breaststroke state championship. Congratulations to Tobin. McKenna Heston won the wrestling Class 5A 130-pound individual state championship. Congratulations, McKenna. And now, from Dakota Ridge High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize the boys lacrosse team. So if you could step forward, we have some certificates for you. Is Dakota Ridge here? Oh, bummer. Okay. All right, well, the boys lacrosse team won the Class 4A state championship. Congratulations to the entire lacrosse team.
Okay, from Evergreen High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize, and you can come up to the front of the room, Carson Harrington, Duncan Salmon, Talaby Riddle, and the entire girls lacrosse team and the entire girls soccer team. Okay, I'm going to give it just a minute, but we're going to do each one. Okay, Carson Harrington won the diving Class 4A state championship as well as the CHSCA 4A Diver of the Year. Congratulations, Carson. Duncan Salmon won the swimming Class 4A 100-meter butterfly state championship. Congratulations, Duncan. We're not done. Talaby, I hope I'm saying your name right, Talaby Riddle won the swimming 3A 500-meter freestyle state championships. Congratulations. Okay, the Evergreen Girls Lacrosse team are the new 4A Girls Lacrosse state champions. Congratulations to the entire girls lacrosse team. And finally, the Evergreen Girls Soccer team are the new 4A Girls Soccer State Champions. Congratulations to the entire girls soccer team.
All right, and up next from Jefferson Junior Senior High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize Isaiah Gallegos and Samuel Rosales. Are you here? Okay, well, oh, yep, yay. Isaiah Gallegos won the boys wrestling Class 3A 144-pound individual state championship, so congratulations to Isaiah. And Samuel Rosales won the boys wrestling Class 3A 132-pound individual state championship. So congratulations to Samuel.
I don't think any.
And next we have champions from Pomona. Do we have any Pomona sports athletes here? If you are here, please come to the front and I will read the names of everyone, and there are a lot. From Pomona High School, the Board of Education is honored to recognize Angel Serrano, Derek Barrows, Emmett Munson, Justice Gutierrez, Caleb Ybarra, Lincoln Valdez, Timberly Martinez, and the entire boys wrestling team. Angel Serrano won the boys wrestling Class 5A 138-pound individual state championship. Derek Barrows won the boys wrestling Class 5A 145-pound individual state championship. Emmett Munson won the boys wrestling Class 5A 175-pound individual state championship. Justice Gutierrez won the girls wrestling 5A 100-pound individual state championship. Caleb Rivera won the boys wrestling Class 5A 165-pound individual state championship. Lincoln Valdez won the boys wrestling Class 5A 106-pound individual state championship. Timberly Martinez won the girls wrestling 5A 140-pound individual state championship. And then the entire boys wrestling team, no surprise here, won their 7th straight Class 5A team state championship titles. So again, congratulations. So thank you to all our athletes and their coaches for sharing their exceptional accomplishments with our entire district. And for our final recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Reed.
All right, and I'm hoping that this individual will correct me if I say this name wrong. The Board of Education is pleased to recognize, is it Basil? Yes? Okay, perfect. Lai Payne? Yes, a recent graduate of Lakewood High School for her outstanding artistic skills in designing the logo for the new ERP program. Will Basil please come to the front of the boardroom to receive the Our Learners, Our Future recognition? The Jeffco team leading the new ERP collaborative with students from Warren Tech to design, I'm sorry, it's not written in a way that makes sense to me at the moment, but they collaborated with students from Warren Tech to design the logo. In alignment with Jeffco's commitment to providing extraordinary student experiences that celebrate individual strengths, students created multiple logo concepts. Ultimately, Basil's design was selected as the winning logo for the new Jeffco ERP program. Basil shared, when I first started this project, I took a lot of inspiration from the reference images we were given that looked like stacked glass. I wanted to combine it with the leaf motif common in Jeffco branding. I changed the opacity of the colors where the leaves overlap so they can blend and look like stained glass, but I didn't do this to the whole leaf to ensure that the majority of colors would remain brand compliant. Basil continued, originally there were only 3 leaves in this design, but through communication with the client, I decided it would be more representative of all the facets of the Jeffco community that this system brings together if the full range of colors in the marketing guidelines were represented. I wanted the logo shape to be unique so that it could be as recognizable as a standalone mark like the Jeffco Thrives logo. I decided on this lotus shape because it's reminiscent of how the sun looks when it's rising above the horizon. Along with that, the lotus flower represents rebirth, which is fitting considering how the ERP system is being completely replaced. Congratulations to Basil on her achievement and the lasting imprint the design will have on Jeffco.
So congratulations to all our recipients. In the month of May, we are commemorating Mental Health Awareness Month, National School Principals Day, which was May 1st, National Teacher Appreciation Week, May 5th through 9th, School Lunch Hero Day, May 2nd, National Speech Pathologist Day, May 18th, and National School Nurse Day, May 7th. All of these proclamations are in our agenda, and we encourage you to read them. So items 4.01 through 4.06 are presented as the proposed proclamations for the month of May. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the proclamations?
I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.06 on the Actions Proclamations section as published in Board Docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the May proclamations as presented in Board Docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Ms. Applegate.
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy.
Yes.
Ms. Parker.
Yes.
Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
That motion passes. And before we move on to the public comment, I just want to give this opportunity if any of the honorees or recipients or anyone who was here just for the beginning of the meeting, if you would like to leave now, this is a good time to leave. And then I will read the comments of the procedure that we'll be following for public comment. Our public comment tonight will be divided into two sections. First, the board will hear public comment regarding the 2025-2026 budget, followed by comments from our associations, and then the general public. Tonight's meeting was noticed as a public hearing in connection with the proposed district budget for fiscal year 2025. Every year, or 2025-26, every year the public is invited to view the proposed budget. Any person paying school taxes towards Jefferson County Public Schools may file or register via email or via mail, comment or objection to this budget prior to its adoption. Additionally, members of the public were invited to address the board in person tonight. The board plans to vote on adopting the 2025-26 budget at the June 12, 2025 regular board meeting. Please come forward now if you have comments specific to the FY 25-26 budget. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves.
There we go. Thank you and good evening. My name is Gary Colbert. My address is 10550 West Iliff, Lakewood, Colorado. The topic we're interested in is the fiscal year 25-26 budget.
And I am Teresa Shelton, 2405 Fossil Trace Drive, Golden, Colorado. Thanks.
We are members of the district's Financial Advisory Committee, which meets monthly to review and become informed about the district's current and long-term finances. We periodically present our observations and recommendations to the board. We also all have varied backgrounds in the accounting and finance field. Through our interactions with district staff and our monthly meetings, we have a good understanding of the district's overall revenues, expenses, and other factors impacting budgeted and projected financial results. We come to you tonight because of the financial urgency that we believe exists.
Briefly, just to frame the situation, as Gary mentioned, the district faces a pretty challenging moment right now with upward pressure on operating expenses and downward pressure on our revenues because of the declining enrollment environment we all find ourselves in. For fiscal year 25, that's just ending here in June, spending will exceed our revenues, and the resulting net loss from that unbalanced budget results in about $30 million being drawn from, $40 million being drawn from the general fund and $5 million from the Food and Nutrition Services Fund. Those numbers again reflect the reserves being drawn down to fund that spending. For FY26, the proposed budget that was presented to the board on May 9th has a similar situation in that spending will exceed revenues again as projected, and that will further draw down the district's savings account. And currently that's estimated at approximately $30 million being drawn down in the general fund and $3.3 million of the savings being drawn down for the Food and Nutrition Services Fund. Given those projected net losses, the FY26 proposed budget also showed a deferral of about $15 million of transfers from the general fund into the capital reserve fund. The FAC met with the board back in March, so a few months ago, and in that presentation, we emphasized that drawing down reserves to fund recurring operating expenses, not one time, but drawing down reserves to fund recurring operating expenses is unfortunately not sustainable in the long term. Additionally, deferring capital maintenance contributions could lead to some difficulties with funding and keeping up the school infrastructure into the future.
So we have recommendations. To summarize, systemic changes in revenue and expenses are necessary. Current projections show that the district's reserves will be depleted in 3 years and will also violate the board's own policy within 2 years. Our recommendation is that the district staff, from the direction of the board, should evaluate and implement strategies necessary to mitigate a larger financial crisis. These include some combination of the following actions: seeking voter approval for an increase in local property tax revenue, reducing expenses in staffing and/or programs, and finally, reducing expenses through additional cost efficiencies or minimizing future cost increases. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that is here for discussion on the budget? Okay, then, moving on. As part of our collaborative agreement that we reached with JCEA and JESPA during collective bargaining negotiations, the board reserves the first 20 minutes of public comment for our associations. 10 minutes each for JESPA and JCEA to address the board regarding negotiation processes and interests. Additionally, tonight, JCAA has also requested 10 minutes during the allotted time for association comment. So we will hear from JESPA, followed by JCEA and JCAA in that order. And following the associations, the board will listen to public comment on any topic. This is an opportunity for the community to share their thoughts with the board. During public comment, the board does not engage in discussion with or respond to individuals. Each speaker for public comment has been given a number, and the board invites you to come up in that order. When the person before you completes their comments, you may step up to the podium. And we listen with respect and ask that those who address the board do the same. So, do we have some people here from JESPA? Welcome. Please introduce yourselves, and you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Darcy Hassler, JESPA Bargaining Chair, Paraprofessional.
I'm Xander Kashub, I am JESPA President. I'm a proud Jeffco employee. I'm a food service worker, represent members of JESPA. We're the Jeffco Education Support Professionals Association, for those of you who do not know who we are. We're made up of food service workers, custodians, techs, para-educators, bus drivers, office professionals. But we're also parents, grandparents, caregivers, former students of Jeffco, and other community members. We're the backbone of Jeffco. We're the people who keep it running. We show up every day for Jeffco students with pride and care. We're also proud members of Coloradans for the Common Good, where we work alongside civic organizations, faith institutions, labor unions, and nonprofits to grow a movement rooted in justice and dignity for working people. So why are we here? Relationship between district leadership and the people who work and learn in these schools is broken, flawed. There's a word for it. One of these words, right? We've seen it in top-down decisions that ignore staff and family voice. We've felt it in threats for reducing staffing, reducing hours, unsafe working conditions, and a lack of respect for the workers who make our schools work. When we speak up, we're called troublemakers or liars. These are leadership choices. They're failing our students and our communities. We believe in a Jeffco where every student is safe. Every student is supported, healthy, and inspired to reach their full potential. When you say you want schools where students can thrive, we take that to mean where every child learns in a school that's clean, who gets to ride a bus that's safe, where every student is fed a nourishing meal with time to eat it and dignity for the people who are preparing that meal, where every classroom has paraeducator support, where every student with special needs receives the full services listed in their IEP, where every school is fully staffed with professionals who are respected and paid fairly, where every Jeffco worker, no matter of their title, can afford to live in the community where they work and access affordable health care without skipping essentials. This is a Jeffco our students deserve. And when we invest our dollars in our values, it's absolutely possible. When we've come together, we've made real change. Through community organizing, we've won raises for the lowest paid staff. We've fought back privatization in our transportation department. We've secured universal free meals for students at the state level. We've expanded training and development opportunities for support staff. But to be honest, today we face district leadership who ignores the people they're supposed to serve. They're counting on us to be divided, tired or afraid. We're not. Let's be honest, I'm not here to convince this board of anything. I'm here to speak directly to the people of Jeffco, to parents, caregivers, and students. This is your fight too. Because when workers are respected, students thrive. When schools are staffed, classrooms are successful. When communities organize, real change happens. So I'm inviting everybody here tonight. Join us. Talk to a JESPA member. Sign up to attend a small community meeting across Jeffco this summer with CCG. If you're watching online, go to jeffcoespa.org. Add your name. Help us build a community-led platform for the upcoming school board elections this fall and beyond. We're not just fighting for better pay or working conditions, we're fighting for a better Jeffco, for your kids and ours. If you share this vision, please don't just clap when I'm done. Connect with us, organize, help us build it. To my coworkers, this is your voice. We're done waiting. To my community, the time to get involved is now. If you believe Jeffco students deserve better, join us. If you believe Jeffco workers deserve respect, join us. If you believe thriving schools begin with a thriving staff, join us. While I stand here in front of the board, again, I wanted to speak directly to the people in this room and to the people watching online. If you care about Jeffco's kids, if you believe every worker deserves dignity, if you want to see change that goes deeper than just a budget line, join us, sign up, show up. Help us build something bigger because we cannot win this alone. The schools our students deserve are the schools our workers deserve. And the people of Jeffco, not just this board, are the ones who will make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now do we have members of JCEA? Welcome.
Hey, good evening. I'm Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School. I'm also a member of the bargaining team and JCEA's organizing action team chair.
Rob Cassidy. I'm a teacher at Stanley Lake High School, a science teacher, and I am also on the JCEA bargaining team.
And I'm Anna Bryant, 1st grade teacher at Hackberry Hill Elementary and also a member of the bargaining team.
All right. Good evening, members of the Jefferson County Board and Superintendent Dorland. We are here tonight to raise a serious and growing concern, one that affects every stakeholder in Jefferson County Public Schools. That concern is the ongoing silencing of the very people who are the heartbeat of this district, its educators. A clear example of this can be seen in the current state of bargaining. In just a moment, you'll hear directly from my two colleagues who serve with me on the JCEA bargaining team. But first, I want to take a moment to provide some important context. The current state of bargaining has been exhausting and disheartening. The district's latest compensation proposal, consisting of steps, lanes, and a 1.5% COLA, amounts to a pay cut when measured against the rising cost of living and increased cost of benefits. It is not a respectful offer, and to be frank, we believe it will allow the district to continue to save money to invest in consultants, central administration, and other district priorities that have little to no impact on our students. Let me be clear, in its current form, this proposal will not be ratified by our members.
For benefits, the associations, in agreement with the BAC, want a percentage-based model across plans to keep families from being priced out of coverage and to give the district more stake in the premium increases. Although the district has made a commitment to give additional funds for employee plans with children this year, their current proposal is not percentage-based across plans. For the following 2 years, a monetary amount is calculated, and that dollar amount is applied to all plans equally. The district's proposal does not go far enough towards a percentage-based model, which has resulted in bad will. The teams are currently far apart with compensation, with significant discrepancies in overall costs associated with the changes. JCEA is confident that the district's step and lane estimate of $6.9 million is grossly overstated. Although the employees move up every year on the salary schedule, those leaving generally exit higher on the schedule than the position of new hires. As a result, the changes average out to be cost neutral over time. To year after year say that there's a cost of millions and millions of dollars for step and lane movement is not valid, as this would result in all employees eventually being at the top of the schedule. Furthermore, the district has provided costs in their estimates but refuses to acknowledge savings. While the district has noted a reduction of 63 JCEA staff members at a savings of about $6.96 million, this isn't factored into the projections for the employee salary costs. In addition, a 2% stipend is not being continued. Although this money was one time, and we respect that there is no obligation to continue this payment, this will save approximately $8.5 million for next year's budget as compared to the current year, a savings not factored into the cost calculations. Furthermore, the district is not acknowledging the increase of $7.6 million in state funding, which is also taking into account the decline in enrollment. This is after the decline in enrollment. There's still a $7.6 million increase in funding from the state. In addition, for the first half of this year, the district has underspent on general instruction compared to the budget. For this year, JCEA estimates that this underspend will amount to approximately $14 million. The district is right on with the spending, though. But if spending is less than budgeted for JCEA, it must be spending more elsewhere. Additionally, while teachers have decreased 9% over the past decade, as reported in the comprehensive report, central administration staffing has increased over 36%. For next year, we will again see a decrease in educators. But the district only recently acknowledged, after many, many requests, that central administration numbers will be static. Why are areas of the organization furthest from students not seeing the same or greater declines compared to the teachers who are in daily contact with the students? JCEA has shown that the amount of money the district is receiving is increasing. It's shown that the last and best offer by the district spending on the unit will actually decline. It's shown that the district underspends on budgeted amounts to teachers to fill other areas of the budget. We wonder where this money's going. We wonder if the projected deficit for next year, if it is matching last year, what other areas does the district deem as more important for funding than its educators? We wonder, given that we have been given a last and best offer for both compensation and benefits, how much does the district actually value its educators when evidence shows value being ascribed elsewhere in the budget?
It's difficult to believe that the district values educators when we simultaneously receive compensation proposals that are a pay cut and are told no to all the language proposals we're offering at the table. JCEA and district members worked together on Article 13 leaves and Article 18 special education throughout the fall. Both teams tried to create joint proposals to bring to the negotiations table. However, even with all the time and effort from both parties, when language was presented at the table, the response was, we aren't able to do that at this time. With Article 13, JCEA brought forward a proposal that included a switch to a general leave system, as well as a short-term payout for unused time. The short-term payout was the recommendation of the district as an incentive for educators who use less leave time, but even that was struck at the table. The lack of progress on Article 18 has been especially disheartening. For 5 weeks, no language was returned from the district. For 5 weeks, no negotiations to improve working conditions for speducators were able to occur. And when the article was finally presented back to JCEA, it was returned to its original language with no new solutions offered. Why is our voice and our time at the table not being valued?
So as you've just heard from Rob and Anna, compensation, special education, and leaves aren't just line items. They're about the people who show up every day for Jeffco students, even when the system isn't showing up for them. Our superintendent and deputy superintendent have lost focus on what really matters, empowering the voices of all stakeholders in this community. The educators, support professionals, families, and students who make up the heartbeat of this district are being left out of the decisions that impact them the most. We hear a lot of talk about our people, our strength, but when you propose a 1.5% COLA, which amounts to a pay cut, when planning time is taken, when SPED educators are burned out, and when you tighten your grip instead of listening, that phrase rings hollow. And yes, you may be thinking, we gave raises last year, but the reality is that raise has been eaten up. A dozen eggs in Colorado last year averaged $2.63. Today, they're close to $6 to $7. The average cost of living in Jefferson County has gone up over 6%. Your educators are spending more and keeping less and still showing up. The district needs leadership that empowers people, not silences them. It's time to listen to the community you serve and act in alignment with the values you say you hold, because we don't just want to be heard, we want to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have members from JCAA now who would like to come up for public comment? Welcome. Please introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes.
I'm John DeStefano. I'm the Executive Director of the Jefferson County Administrators Association.
Michelle DeAndrea Austin, Principal at Bell Middle School and former President of JCAA.
Jeff Pearson, Executive Director for the Department of School Safety, former President as well. Good evening, Jeffco board members. I haven't seen you for a long time, since yesterday at our celebrations. Thank those of you who came for coming, and those of you who didn't, we missed you. It is always a great celebration. Our JCAA Board of Directors has asked me to thank you for your good work this year on behalf of Jeffco Public Schools, our children, our community, and all our people. We know it takes a toll on you to be public leaders and to navigate leading a great school district during these challenging times. Jeffco has overcome difficult times before, most notably during Columbine when I served as the Board of Education President. Our district rose from tragedy and turmoil then because we worked together. We supported each other. We believed in each other. The board led, and the entire district and community collaborated and linked arms together to do what is right for students. Consistent leadership and collaboration are crucial for our district's success, especially during challenging periods. We cannot afford to fracture when this harmony is sown by some of our own people. Jeffco has a very strong culture, and in Jeffco, our people care about each other. That made all the difference before, and it always will. There is something you can do. First, we urge the Board of Education to insist on decorum in its meetings. Second, please insist on our people working together with respect and grace for each other. Personal attacks on individuals in public comment have deeply pained our staff, leading to personal and familial threats. Some employees have even had to avoid their own homes and stay in hotels to protect the safety and well-being of themselves and their families. While we understand the source of these attacks is not the Board of Education, we ask you to actively enforce your board policy regarding public comment decorum. We can and must do better. Help us by calling for decorum in your meetings and end these personal and unfair attacks. Next, we believe the recent no confidence vote against Superintendent Dorland is a personal attack and a negotiation tactic. Our district's work benefits our children, and we fully support Superintendent Dorland's leadership and the direction she leads Jeffco Public Schools. Student achievement is rising, often exceeding pre-pandemic levels. Through the annual Jeffco Listen surveys, students, staff, and families show increasing confidence in the district. Discipline and expulsion rates are declining. Math and reading scores are increasing. A direct result of the superintendent's focus on student outcomes and instituting consistent, high-quality instruction materials in all Jeffco schools. These factual gains stem from focused leadership and a shared belief in every Jeffco student's potential. Any consideration of leadership changes should occur outside of negotiations to avoid disruption. Pursuing such changes during negotiations would deeply harm Jeffco schools, students, staff, and families for years. The resulting climate of mistrust would be distasteful, dysfunctional, and neglects student well-being. These theatrics during negotiations are disappointing and self-serving. Let us be clear. The JCEA Board of Directors 100% supports Superintendent Dorland's continued leadership. Having served almost 15 years on the Jeffco Public Schools Board of Education and having worked with many of our superintendents, I confidently state that Superintendent Dorland is one of the finest superintendents who has ever served in Jeffco, and she has our full confidence and support. We thank you for your work and hope you have a good summer. On behalf of the JCEA Board of Directors, thank you.
Thank you. And that leads us into the public comment on any topic. As mentioned, every person should have been given a number. And just to reiterate, we do listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. And do we have someone with number 1? Do you have number 1? Would you please come on up to the podium? Do we have number 2?
Initially, I was unsure on whether JCEA was going to get their time, so I signed us up and we just used that time. So I'm just going to give my number 2 spot to Brooke Williams.
Okay.
Brooke Williams, Jeffco parent, our educator, and JCA president. You want to introduce yourselves?
Angie Anderson, social studies teacher, Jeffco resident, JCEA secretary, and NEA board of directors.
Elizabeth Kantner, JCEA treasurer, a math teacher at Arvada High School, parent to 2 Jeffco graduates, and a resident.
Dale Mulholland, JCA Vice President, Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School, and father of 2 Jeffco graduates.
All right, we are here tonight representing the educators of the Jefferson County, the members of JCEA and the Jefferson County Education Association Representative Council, and the Board of Directors, which serves as the 2 main elected representative bodies for the voice of thousands of educators in Jeffco Public Schools. We have the solemn responsibility to inform you that by a unanimous vote of both the Association Representative Council and the Board of Directors, JCA is taking extraordinary but unfortunate necessary steps of issuing a vote of no confidence in Superintendent Tracy Dorland. We have submitted a letter which, in full disclosure, has also been shared publicly with you that provides in-depth discussion of what brought your employees to this decision. However, we would like to briefly share with you now our rationale. This is not a ploy. This is not connected to bargaining. And for the record, we have not ever done this as far as I've been a leader in Jeffco.
Item 1, disregard for shared leadership and our community. We have seen time and time again Superintendent Dorland's leadership defined by unilateral decisions rather than one that ensures all stakeholders have a meaningful voice in decision making. Number 2, lack of transparency and accountability. While some decisions affecting our school district must be made quickly and are the purview of the superintendent's office, too often decisions have been made behind closed doors without explanation. Sadly, we have seen time and time again decisions made without fair and transparent communication and without voice from our communities.
Failure to address urgent conditions in schools. We have continued to share our concerns about unsafe learning conditions, along with insufficient student and educator mental health supports. Instead of partnering with educators to find solutions, we have been dismissed or seen little to no action to address these concerns, while morale, retention, and student outcomes continue to suffer.
We do not bring this vote of no confidence lightly. We bring it because our students, families, communities, and the educators who show up every day to support our community and teach our students all deserve leadership that is honest, collaborative, and responsive. Superintendent Dorland's actions have been misaligned with the values our community expects and our students deserve. We all deserve better. We urge you to act swiftly and decisively for the integrity and the future of our schools, students, and community. Hold your employee accountable and demand that Jefferson County Schools once more move forward and restore partnership and trust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have number 3? Welcome. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Courtney Capek. Address is 6500 West 13th Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado 80214. And my topic, I believe, is now 8.11 as opposed to 9.11, recommendation for non-renewal of a probationary teacher contract. The decision made by the district that my contract be non-renewed for the 25-26 school year based on a, quote, failure to report information regarding a fellow staff member that ultimately compromised the safety and security of one or more students, end quote, is accusatory on no grounds given my declaration of innocence and the fact that law enforcement's full investigation found no evidence or proof that I had any knowledge of or involvement in the intentions and actions carried out by the person under investigation. The decision I made to fully cooperate with law enforcement prior to knowing the purpose of the investigation was driven by my concern of and priority to protect the safety and security of all students and members of the Green Mountain High School community. And it is important to note that I learned of the person under investigation's acts and offenses alongside everyone else who attended the stand-up meeting at GMHS on Wednesday, May 14th. There's a parallel in the position that I share with the Jefferson County School District in this matter. Regardless of the relationship to the person under investigation being personal or professional, both parties were affiliated to him through association. If I am to be held accountable in this way, I'd like to ask how the district is going to be held in the same standard. There is a quantitative leap in the probability of compromising the safety and security of students, considering the person under investigation was vetted by the district to not only work at Green Mountain High School, but also Bear Creek High School, Evergreen High School, and the Cherry Creek School District. The scrutiny, isolation, and embarrassment that I have experienced throughout my administrative leave is unmerited and aligned with a guilty until proven innocent mindset. A guilty by association without any evidence, even though I was exculpated by the law. To review, from the district, I received no communication without first seeking it by my own initiative. The district provided no information of the mandatory processes and timelines that would ultimately determine my future. And I was only informed 2 days ago, Tuesday, May 27th, that the fact-finding stage was to be initiated on Wednesday, May 28th. Yesterday, a day before this final board meeting for the academic year. So I circle back to my ask in the letter to each of you that you received last night upon me receiving my non-renewal notice. This certainly feels like the recommendation to non-renew me is based on political expedience, and I ask that you consider my situation not only through a procedural lens, but also with human compassion. I'm not just an employee. I'm a lifelong member of the Green Mountain community, and Green Mountain High School is not just where I teach, but it is also the school I graduated from. It's the school that shaped me. I respectfully request your vote to renew my contract on the basis of these facts, professionalism, and my demonstrated commitment to the school and its students, because becoming the theater director and the educator at GMHS has been the greatest honor of my professional life. Teaching is not just my career, it's my calling, where I have found purpose. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, in the interest of time, we have a lot of people signed up to speak tonight. I appreciate the support that you want to give. But please, we're going to have to let us proceed. Number 4. Who has number 4? Do we have number 1? I thought number 1 was JCEA. Nope, we do? Okay. Come on down. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I stand before you not just as a parent, but as an advocate for the safety and well-being of every student and athlete at Conifer High School. I'm formally requesting the removal of Coach Austin Morey from his coaching position, given his limited wrestling experience, lack of coaching credentials, and My daughter. On the third day of wrestling season, my daughter Natalie Heron sustained a grade 2 30% tear to her right UCL. This is not a minor sprain. The National Institute has confirmed that it takes 24 foot-pounds of force to cause this kind of injury. This was not a live wrestling match between peers. It was a coach who improperly demonstrated a move, resulting in my daughter not participating in wrestling. This injury is not an unfortunate accident, as the faculty have alluded to. This is negligence by an inexperienced coach. During my meeting with Austin, he admitted his wrestling experience was as a high schooler, and when his wrestling shoes were stolen, he never returned to the sport. Now, almost 30 years later, he's decided to start coaching again based on the recommendation of Coach Nick Adamson. This was a rushed decision due to the last-minute startup of the girls' wrestling team. My daughter is a knowledgeable grappler. She has worked with probably 20 or more coaches, attended multiple wrestling camps and clinics. Since the day of her injury, I have met with faculty, attended medical appointments, documented conversations, and followed every proper channel. It even cost me my part-time job. Just 3 days into his new position, Austin Morey already injured a child. In a typical workplace, any employee would be replaced or on leave pending investigation. Instead, we were offered insulting suggestions that Natalie could continue with wrestling without a coach. This is the opposite of support, safety. It is avoidance, plain and simple. I want to be clear, it is not my goal to destroy someone's career. It is to protect student athletes. The athletic department has created a culture of injury, intimidation, and silence is tolerated. Now, once was my daughter or I interviewed regarding her injury. During multiple encounters, this coach has, with the sports trainer for the past 6 years, the sports trainer who's been working there for the past 6 years has resigned because of the toxic environment. During a meeting, Coach Morey demonstrated lack of ownership by stating he had nothing to apologize for regarding the injury he caused. During this meeting, I asked Coach Nick Adamson either to remove Coach Austin or replace him with a coach from the boys team. He was willing to do neither. Dr. Christina Wilson, MD, and children's head of the hospital have met directly with the principal and the sports director, Horner, going over concerns regarding injury reporting. This is more than just about my daughter. This is about every student's right to a safe, competent, and supportive athletic environment. The athletic department needs to stop sending messages that injuries and toxic behavior is acceptable. Coach Morey is not the right fit, and each day he remains in the position, more students are at unnecessary risk. So again, I'm demanding that the athletic department start taking accountability for the coaches, starting with Coach Morey being relieved from his position.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, please, that we not applaud at the end. Sorry, thank you. And do we have number 4? I called it before, but nobody came up. Do we have number 5? Number 5? Number 6? Oh, number 7? Welcome, please introduce yourselves, then you have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Losasso, and I am the digital teacher librarian at Mandalay Middle School. I am supported by a group of other DTLs from various schools around Jeffco, Catherine Doherty from Westwoods Elementary, Denise Cushing from Bradford South, Sandy Kauyadati from Bradford North, Corey Chubb from Drake Middle, Toby Ertle from Oberon Middle, Sarah Hammershame from the Manning School, Judy Sims from Pomona Junior Senior, Sarah Swan from Arvada High, and Tiffany Denton from Sobeski Academy. There are many others who wanted to join us tonight, but were unable to be here. We are here to share some serious concerns we have for our Jeffco Public Schools libraries. Governor Polis signed Senate Bill 63 into law on May 1st, 2025, mandating all school districts implement transparent policies for the acquisition, retention, display, and use of library resources by September 1st, 2025. This bill protects materials from removal before due process and safeguards library staff as well. While Jeffco policies were once considered clear, we no longer believe this to be true. It all starts with former board policy IJL, which was removed in June 2023. At that time, DTLs did not have a district voice because we were between DTL coordinators. Former policy IJL designated that we have both an elementary and a secondary book review team with criteria for our work. These committees are made up of DTLs from across the district, which means experienced, licensed, and trained professionals are dedicated to this work. I currently serve on the secondary review team, and many of the DTLs behind me currently serve or have previously served on one of the teams. When IJL was quietly removed without our input, we were left with current board policy IJ, which has only one small section committed to library resources that states the teacher librarian, along with district personnel, have shared authority for selecting and eliminating library materials. This is the only sentence that gives librarians directions. It is not clear which district personnel are included in this language or even what the process actually is. This ambiguity has stripped DTLs of our voice and undermined our expertise. You might think we are overreacting, but sadly this has already been happening in Jeffco. In January 2024, the wildly popular manga series Assassination Classroom was submitted to the Secondary Review Books Committee. Multiple DTLs on the team read and reviewed the series. There was heavy discussion while using our rubrics, and the team came to the agreed recommendation that this book was appropriate for only high schools, no other school level. However, shortly after this recommendation was made, schools with this series received an email stating that the book was labeled as not appropriate for any Jeffco school, and the series should be removed immediately. Apparently, an unknown district leadership team reviewed the book and changed the committee's recommendation. No one knows who was on that decision-making team, or when or where they met, or even what criteria was used to reverse the decision. This new vague shared authority was behind closed doors and wasted the time and value of our committee itself. Then, in October 2024, multiple books were removed from a school library's shelves by the principal at the directive of district admin. This action directly violates board policy KECR and bypasses both the required school level and district level review procedures, which are designed to ensure transparency, fairness, and the protection of intellectual freedom in our schools. Upholding this process is essential to maintaining trust, educational integrity, and the rights of our students and our educators. On October 16th, all DTLs received an email from our district coordinator saying we were to spend the next day reviewing our library catalogs for books with controversial topics instead of any other meetings or appointments we previously had. We were sent a list of words to focus our work that included topics like violence, pornography, cruelty, and other broad terms that could have resulted in the removal of most of our nonfiction and historical fiction sections. Our book weeding policies have always been focused on age, usage, and condition of the materials, not controversial catchphrases. We are also explicitly told not to print or share this list, which was underlined. This past February, a group of secondary DTLs sent a letter to Superintendent Tracy Dorland, Deputy Superintendent Kim LeBlanc-Esparza, and Chief Academic Officer Renee Nicothodis expressing our concerns. We invited them to sit down for a discussion, which was unsuccessful even with the multiple attempts by us to get on the schedule. Finally, JCEA Union President Brooke Williams invited 2 of our members to meet with Dorland and Dr. Kim in early March. The 2 expressed their concerns and promised to have Renee follow up with us, which never happened. With SB 63 now passed, these issues are critical to avoid future lawsuits. We urge the reinstatement of board policy IJL or the integration of clear committee structures into current board policy IJ. We demand transparency in book challenges and approvals and respect for our professional titles, licenses, experience, and education. We are the experts on what is appropriate for our students and our community. We implore you to make these changes as soon as possible and are willing to help along the way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have number 8? Number 8. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves, and if you are a group, you have 10 minutes.
Hi, we're part of Engage Jeffco. My name is Emily Batista. I'm a Jeffco parent and resident.
I'm Allison Phipps. I'm part of Engage Jeffco, and I am an Arvada resident.
Dawn Fritz, and I'm a member of Engage Jeffco, and I am also an Arvada resident.
Good evenings, directors Varda, Reed, Parker, Applegate, and Kenworthy. We're grateful for the opportunity to engage with you throughout the second half of the school year. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Engage Jeffco, a parent and caregiver advocacy group committed to equitable education through transparent, collaborative partnerships. As you round out this school year and finalize next year's budget, we want to comment on the importance of thoughtful investments that will shape our children's educational experience for years to come. First, supporting school safety through smart investments. First, we want to thank you for holding the Safety Summit earlier this year. Your responsiveness to community concerns demonstrates the collaborative leadership we value. We're grateful for the educators and staff who create safe, caring environments for our children every single day, who make up the majority in our district, and appreciate you resourcing them. However, as you consider next year's budget, we urge you to reconsider investing in visitor management screening technology. In our financially constrained environment, there's limited evidence that visitor screening addresses the core safety concerns our community faces. Instead, we believe our precious resources are better invested in the people who keep our kids safe, our teachers, counselors, and support staff who build trusting relationships with students. Second, investing in our educators is investing in our children. This brings us to our second point. Without our teachers and staff, we don't have a district. As parents and caregivers, we see firsthand how dedicated educators impact our children's lives. When our educators feel valued and can support their own families with livable wages and benefits, our students receive the best possible education. We support the collaborative approach outlined by JCEA leadership in their April letter to you. The issues they've raised, from healthcare benefits to authentic community engagement, directly impact our children's educational experience. When teachers are worried about making ends meet or feel excluded from decision-making processes, it affects classroom morale and ultimately our students' learning environment. We urge you to prioritize people over technology in your budget decisions. Jeffco already ranks at the bottom of regional pay scales. Investing in competitive compensation and benefits isn't just about supporting our educators. It's about ensuring we can attract and retain the talented and trustworthy professionals our children deserve. Finally, partnership and decision-making. We appreciate the collaborative values we've heard expressed by other stakeholders in Jeffco and agree with their calls for transparent, inclusive decision-making. As parents and caregivers, we need authentic partnerships with both district leadership and our educators to address the challenges facing our schools. This means avoiding closed-door decisions, especially when they affect our neighborhood schools, our highest need learners, such as those attending alternative education campuses, and the communities they serve. We're committed to working together, board, educators, families, and community, to create the high-quality, equitable education every Jefferson County student deserves. As an established community voice, we look forward to continuing this important partnership in the next school year and beyond. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have number 9? Again, I'm going to ask you please to hold your applause. Thank you. Number 9, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you for having me this evening. Apologize, I have a cold, I'm stuffy. My name is Corinne Carpenter, and I live in Lakewood, Colorado, and tonight I'd like to let you know about Wear Orange. I have 2 daughters that attend Jeffco schools and are going into 4th and 7th grade. grades in the fall. I'm a proud product of Jefferson County Schools. I attended Columbine High School, as did my family, my husband, and my husband's family. Today, I represent the Columbine, Jeffco, and Dougco chapters of Moms Demand Action. The Columbine chapter encompasses the Columbine High School area, along with parts of Littleton, Englewood, Arapahoe, and Dougco. We are hosting a Wear Orange event Friday, June 6th at 6 p.m. at the Columbine Memorial at Clement Park. Wear Orange is National Gun Violence Awareness Day. It is dedicated to honoring the lives of people in the United States affected by gun violence. It is a day to remember victims and advocate for change in gun violence prevention. And most importantly, it also honors the memory of Hadiya Pendleton, a young woman tragically killed by gun violence. She attended President Obama's inauguration and then came home, and the following week she was shot and killed. So his administration also was responsible for creating Wear Orange and National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The color was chosen because it's her favorite color, and it's often worn by hunters, symbolizing a call for safety and unity in the face of gun violence. We wanted the Jefferson County School District community to be aware of this event and ask that you attend if you are able. We feel like this is an opportunity for our neighborhoods to come together, not only Jefferson County, Arapahoe, and Douglas, and honor any and all victims of gun violence, both mass shootings and those close to home. I left a flyer with you can look at. We will meet at the entrance to the Columbine Memorial at 6 p.m. and have a brief discussion, survivor story, followed by a remembrance of those who are no longer with us due to gun violence. And then Nella's Frozen Yogurt has agreed to host us, and hopefully there can also be some happy moments that evening. Thanks so much for your time. I'd love to introduce my colleague, Kia Ruiz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kia Ruiz. I am the Jeffco Be Smart lead. I'm a parent of 2 middle schoolers at Mountain Phoenix Community School. I'm a resident. Be Smart is our program for gun violence prevention with safe and secure gun storage. And just here to say, as we're going into summer, please have that message going out to families to secure your firearms. We already have that recognition when children register for school. But there's going to be a new law coming out in January about disseminating information about keeping our kids safe with safe and secure gun storage. We already do Project Child Safe. We work with Children's Hospital. But I recommend also doing this because the programs you mentioned do not talk about the role of firearm and suicide, as well as parents talking to each other with the ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have number 10? Welcome. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm kind of short. Hi, my name is Becky Pesh. I live in Indian Hills. Not long ago, parents began coming before this very board wanting to know how their children had been socially transitioned at school without their approval. It was eventually revealed that hiding social transition from parents was not an oversight. It was Jeffco's policy. With HB 251312 in effect, this overreach is the law across our entire state. Would you please respond to a few questions with a thumbs up for yes and a thumbs up for no? Do you, as the board, support Jeffco Public Schools socially transitioning minors without their parents' consent?
I'm sorry, we will not be responding during this period. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Are you aware that Jeffco's current policies do not comply with federal law and may soon risk losing much-needed funding from our government? Did you know that Chase Strangio, the ACL's lawyer for the U.S. versus Scarametti Supreme Court case, admitted just last December that gender transition has not lessened suicide rates for the trans community at all? 1 in every 6 U.S. women is a victim of rape. Do you acknowledge that it is profoundly traumatizing for a female rape victim to be forced to share intimate space with a biological male? Would you agree that it might be difficult for girls to differentiate between a male who truly believes they are female versus a man who simply wants to gain access to women and girls in their private spaces? You just honored our amazing Jeffco athletes. Do you believe it is fair for biological males to compete against girls in sports and win their medals and scholarships? There are ways to have this discussion and have real solutions. There is a discussion happening now in California that is starting to make some progress, but we need to protect all students. Many women and girls do not feel safe, and I think there's a way to protect everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have number 11? Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Mi nombre es Azucena y soy parte de piloto de comida saludable de Jefferson. Mi nombre es Azucena y soy parte del piloto de comida saludable de Jefferson. El piloto de comida escolar de la área de Edgewater fue un proyecto en conjunto del distrito escolar de las mamás piloto y organizaciones aliadas para mejorar la comida escolar y llegar a tener comida local, cocinar desde cero, recetas culturales y aumentar el número de niños que comen en las escuelas. Impacto en los estudiantes, aumentó en la participación. Más estudiantes comen regularmente en la escuela, especialmente debido a opciones más culturales y saludables. A la relevancia cultural motiva la participación. Recetas culturales como pollo con papas y tacos de carnitas fueron muy populares y tuvieron un impacto positivo en la participación estudiantil. La retroalimentación estudiantil generó mejoras. Las pruebas de sabor y encuestas ayudaron a refinar recetas e identificar cambios necesarios, especialmente en la barra de ensaladera. Participación comunitaria. Madres se convirtieron en líderes. Las mamás del piloto pasaron a ser observadoras, a tomadoras de decisiones activas, ayudando a definir menús y políticas. Mayor conocimiento y confianza. El 74% de las personas encuestadas sintieron que la participación y transparencia mejoraron. Sin embargo, un 15% aún no estaba al tanto de lo que es el piloto. Reacciones mixtas a la eliminación de snacks. Aproximadamente la mitad de las familias apoyaron la eliminación de papitas y dulces. Se sugirieron mejores estrategias de comunicación y opciones alternativas. Impacto positivo de parte de la organización aliadas. Vieron un impacto positivo y el cambio de poder de arriba para ser creado por la comunidad. También negocios locales obtuvieron contratos e inversión por parte del distrito escolar.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Brisneida. En calidad de la comida e innovación del menú, esta vez pues el distrito teníamos aprobadas 15 recetas, las cuales modificamos, y 5 recetas se quedarán en las escuelas donde están las mamás piloto, que es Edgewater, Lambert y Jefferson. Estas 5 recetas fueron creadas culturalmente por mamás preocupadas por la salud de sus hijos. Dos de las recetas se expandirán a nivel del distrito. Inicio de la comida desde cero, al principio pues era muy lento, ya que pues no querían implementar lo que era el cambio de recetas culturales y alimentos más frescos. Regresó la barra de ensaladas a Jefferson Jr. y se introdujo gracias a encuestas lideradas por los estudiantes. Colaboración con el distrito. Fueron alianzas más fuertes, ya que el Departamento de Nutrición FNS y autoridades escolares mejoraron la comunicación y la confianza entre la comunidad, los padres, y fue un resultado grandioso. Inversión del distrito. Jeffco Public School ofreció apoyo financiero y operativo significativo, incluyendo contrataciones adicionales y compra de alimentos locales. Firmaron 10 contratos, el cual se invirtieron $59,000 en productos locales, incluyendo tortillas, raquelita y productos frescos. Hubo poca colaboración al principio en redacción a subvenciones y a falta de transparencia en costos y decisiones de producto. Pero pienso que puede ir mejorando. Resultados financieros y operativos. Las escuelas del piloto tuvieron entre 12 y 17% más de costo debido a que los platos mejoraron y cambiaron muchos ingredientes. Y también hubo personal nuevo. Las comidas del piloto representaron aproximadamente el 50% de comida servida en las escuelas primarias y el 18% en Jefferson Junior Senior, debido a que hay mayor variedad de opciones. Gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Milagro, soy una mamá del piloto, pero también soy miembro del Consejo de Políticas Alimentarias. Hoy yo estaba buscando en la página de Jefferson y quiero leerles algo. Crear comunidades seguras, saludables y prósperas. Mejorar la participación comunitaria inclusiva. Garantizar un crecimiento y desarrollo responsable. Yo espero que ustedes, 6 mujeres, tomen una buena decisión por nuestros niños, que ustedes quieran trabajar con las mamás del piloto y que podamos llevar una alimentación sana, nutritiva y saludable a nuestros hijos. Que su gente de Jefferson, de Jeffco, tenga trabajo, porque si no tiene trabajo, no tiene comida en sus casas. Y todos aquí pagamos impuestos. ¿Y saben qué queremos? Trabajar, hacer que este distrito sea el mejor, que sea formidable y que estas palabras que dicen mejorar la participación comunitaria inclusiva, equitativa, sea de verdad una realidad y que no esté puesta en la página del distrito de Jeffco. ¿Me entienden? Entonces nosotras, las mamás del piloto, queremos trabajar. Queremos tener un grupo asesor de comida escolar. No queremos que vendan snack en nuestras escuelas, porque yo no estoy mintiendo. En los hospitales los niños tienen cáncer, los niños tienen diabetes y tienen muchas enfermedades por la mala alimentación. Pero como ustedes son mujeres como nosotros, y muchas serán madres o tendrán sobrinos, hijas, yo quiero creer en ustedes y tener fe que de verdad le van a hacer esto a esta página que le hicieron con tanto amor, que lo van a hacer una realidad y que sí va a ser inclusiva e equitativa para su gente, para sus trabajadores, para los maestros que hacen todo por nuestros hijos, para los de la cocina que hacen la comida de nuestros hijos, porque mi hijo estudia en una escuela de Jefferson. Y es por eso que estamos hoy día aquí, las mamás pidiéndoles de corazón, como mamás que serán muchas de ustedes, que se haga un buen trabajo. Yo sé que es difícil no ser político, lo entiendo, lo comprendo, era política en mi país, pero vamos a dejar la política y vamos a hacer algo bueno con nuestro corazón y vamos a dejar un buen legado ustedes para sus hijos, un buen ejemplo. Gracias.
Gracias. Do we have number 12? Welcome, please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Karen Tonso, Arvada. I'm distressed by Superintendent Dorland's leadership. I speak guided by my expertise as a professor emerita at a research university in a college of education. My experience as a mother of 5 and grandmother of 2 educated in Jeffco schools, and my heart, which hurts from the damage being done to our children's educational futures. I expect school leaders to systematically enact thoughtful, caring policies that ensure every student's right to learn in a secure, stable environment. This is not the current situation where distrust, chaos, and intimidation reign. My overarching concern is that Superintendent Dorland puts herself and the corporate side of the district ahead of the educational needs of children and youth. 3 examples. First, the district dismissed behavioral learning specialists. They were put in place as recommended by the school culture subgroup of the original safety task force, where I was a member. Students with behavioral issues deserve relevant support from experts. Their absence impairs maintaining school cultures needed for effective learning and learning for all students and teaching. Second, though reading remains the most important skill for school success, Superintendent Dorland has not adequately supported Title I programs. Shifting Title I students to independent learning technology contradicts solid research that recommends professional teachers who use sophisticated strategies tailored to struggling readers' needs. Her plan to pinch pennies and risk the learning of struggling readers was short-sighted and misinformed. Third, Superintendent Dorland fails to advocate for those students most at risk. Consider the case of immigrant students. She planned to allow ICE agents into schools prior to knowing if their visit was legal, and later, she planned simply not to comply with the board's safety plan. Her reasons centered on not irritating ICE agents and on worries about school staff during ICE face-to-face interactions. Again, rather than focusing on the safety of students, she's thought about adults. Each of these examples paints a picture of a school leader who fails to center the needs of students, to maintain calm, learning-focused school cultures, and to inspire confidence and trust. The board knows Superintendent Dorland's track record. Can we envision that she can be trusted to use new state dollars to enhance programs for students, or to follow or stand behind policies? It is time for the board to make hard decisions in difficult times before problems at the district can be laid at your feet. To get Jeffco schools back on track requires a new superintendent. I urge the school board to be courageous, to take the concerns of stakeholders seriously, and to right this ship by terminating her employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That does end the public comment. We will take a 10-minute break right now and get back for our study session. Oops. There's one more? Is there somebody who hasn't come up? 13 and 14? Sorry, I don't have any more names on my list.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hallie Nelson. I'm the director of the Jefferson County Food Policy Council. We're a nonprofit organization with 350 members across the food system, working towards community-led changes for a thriving food future in Jefferson County. Over the past 2 years, we've had the honor of working alongside the Edgewater community, the school district, and partners on the Jefferson area school food pilot. In 2023, we were asked to serve as a community partner. Over the years, our role has developed to support parents in the Edgewater community to understand the district's school food, to bring in local food partners, and to coordinate and communicate with the district and its representatives. The pilot MOU set a goal of ensuring that quality and nutritious meals are provided to Jeffco students in an efficient manner, and that all relevant stakeholders understand and support the path to this outcome. And so now I'm going to have my colleague Javier talk about the changes that were achieved in the pilot.
Hello, my name is Javier Alvarado Vega. I am the organizing manager with the Jeffco Food Policy Council. So when I joined the project, our role was to support the community in their community organizing, getting together, working together. And then since then, I've honestly witnessed really powerful changes firsthand, both at the school food, the changes that actually happened, and then also with the community, with the pilot moms who have grown tremendously as leaders. They are now confident advocates for, as you all saw earlier, advocates for school food. They've done advocacy at a local level with the school board, with the superintendent, also at the state capitol with Governor Polis, who attended one of our events, even at the federal level with Representative Pedersen. They have attended meetings with her as well. So I've just seen that develop over the last 2 years, and it's been really amazing. The food itself has also really improved. When the changes were guided by the community and working alongside the community, the students' perception and changes were made, and that really made a difference. I've heard directly from the pilot moms, from community members and students themselves that they are really excited about the pilot meals, about the cultural recipes. I was at Jefferson Junior Senior High doing surveys a few weeks ago, and some of the students that were telling me that they would, like, regularly they just don't eat the school meals, but the day that they had the carnitas tacos, they ate, because that's something that they really like and something that they are used to eating at home. From my perspective, the most impactful change that we've seen has really been the community-led decision-making in collaboration with the school district. And that partnership has really shown how much more we can accomplish when that decision-making is shared and community voices are part of the process from the beginning. Working closely with families, the district has been able to expand the capacity that they have as well. I think that was something that they shared a little bit earlier too, that the moms want to get this done together, right, and work together. And then looking ahead, I strongly believe that this model of collaboration should continue. Formalizing the pilot into like a permanent school food advisory group will build on all the progress that they've done for the last 2 years.
We accomplished a lot through the pilot, and we shared with you all a final report and have more community data that we can share. But the pilot also had challenges to get to this outcome, and initially the district's handling of community engagement with lack of transparency about the recipe changes, ingredients, purchasing, removal of a salad bar, and just lack of transparency about staffing and scratch cooking were barriers. We also had many contentious meetings because the community felt uninformed. We were able to, and the district struggled to communicate clearly, we were able to break down into smaller committees where we saw more progress this spring. And so we are asking you all to create a permanent school food advisory group that can continue this work and this momentum. We've seen that there's a lot of support in Edgewater for the pilot. We have parents here who will speak next from other parts of the district, and then we have parents in the audience from other parts of the district that want to see this in their schools too. So I'm going to pass it to Amalia to share.
Muy buenas tardes, honorable board. Mi nombre es Amalia, estoy aquí apoyando las comidas saludables. Mi familia y yo tenemos 23 años viviendo en el condado de Jefferson. Tengo 3 hijas. Mi hija mayor de 25 años se graduó del condado de Jefferson y actualmente estudia en la Universidad de Boulder. Tengo 2 niñas más, una de 16 y una de 12. La de 16 cursa el grado 10 en Stanley Lake High School y mi niña de 12 cursa el grado 6 en Wayne Carroll Middle School. Estoy aquí apoyando las comidas saludables porque deseo que haya un cambio en el menú de las comidas, igualmente que ocurrió en Edgewater Elementary, Lumber, en Jefferson Senior High School. Deseo que este cambio de menú de comidas saludables suceda en todo el condado de Jefferson, ya que mis 2 hijas practican deporte y el menú que actualmente tienen en sus escuelas es muy alto en carbohidratos y no aportan los beneficios nutritivos ni las proteínas saludables que ellas necesitan para su rendimiento atlético. Actualmente mi hija de 12 años practica voleibol y mi hija de 16 años practica 3 deportes, practica el golf, practica el wrestling y practica el rugby. Algunos días mis hijas se sienten un poco agotadas para cumplir en su rendimiento atlético y académico porque hay deficiencia de nutrientes que no los consumen en su totalidad en los menús de las escuelas que ellas están. Como mamá, me preocupa la salud de mis hijas y deseo que ellas y todos los estudiantes del condado de Jefferson tengan las mismas oportunidades que ofrece el condado. Y creo firmemente que una alimentación saludable empodera a nuestros niños para tener un futuro saludable. Estoy muy contenta que después de 23 años el distrito escolar está trabajando con la comunidad y yo apoyo la creación del grupo de asesores, ya que este grupo se encargará de mejorar el menú de las comidas saludables para las escuelas de Jefferson. Y lo que más me encanta es que este grupo asesor será liderado para la comunidad. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lucy Huereca, soy una líder comunitaria y una madre de familia de 2 adolescentes de las escuelas públicas de Jefferson. Ahora mismo estoy preocupada por la comida que ellos están consumiendo en la escuela, ya que esto está afectando su desarrollo. Ahorita ellos están en pleno desarrollo y el que dejen de comer una comida puede alterar sus metabolismos, no están atentos a las clases y sin alimento en sus pancitas son incapaces de poder retener la información que están recibiendo de sus maestros en sus salones. Sabemos que las comidas saludables es alimento y ese alimento es la medicina que nuestros cuerpos necesitan para tener un mejor rendimiento. Estas comidas saludables van a ayudar a nuestros niños con los rendimientos académicos a estar más atentos, enfocarse, puede prevenir la inseguridad alimentaria y de cierta forma vamos a eliminar el estigma que hay en las comidas escolares. El mejorar estas comidas en nuestro distrito ayuda a nuestros niños y adolescentes a un crecimiento y desarrollo óptimo, mejorando ese rendimiento académico que es tan importante. Estamos previniendo futuras enfermedades a corto y largo plazo. Cuando pienso en una mejor comida escolar, me imagino a los niños decidiendo qué es lo que quieren comer de las comidas que les estamos ofreciendo de una manera atractiva a la vista de cada comensal. Que sean comidas culturales y diversas como todas las personas que estamos en este país. Y estoy apoyando en un 100% la creación de un grupo asesor de comida para el próximo año escolar, que sea diverso, inclusivo y que su prioridad sean esos cambios sistemáticos en las comidas escolares actuales para hacerlas más culturales y atractivas al paladar, la vista y el gusto de nuestros niños. Recordemos que si nuestros niños son alimentados con comidas escolares saludables, son niños bien nutridos, niños sanos, felices, son niños que están atentos, con mente abierta, mejor rendimiento académico y lo más importante, son el futuro de este país. Gracias por aceptar mi comentario.
Thank you. And just checking, anybody else who had a number didn't have a chance? Then we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we are now back, and we are going to move on to our agenda. On May 9th, 2025, the board held a study session that included the following topics: FY 25-26 proposed budget, charter school conversion application for Free Horizon Montessori School, board committee appointments, and finally, the 25-26 board calendar. I encourage you to watch the recording of the study session to learn more about these subjects. You can also visit our board page on the Jeffco Public Schools website, and you'll find a host of information there and links to both board docs and our live stream platforms. For this evening's study session, we will be studying two topics. First, the board will receive and discuss two monitoring reports, Board End 3.1, which states that every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences, and Board End 3.3 that states students and families will have access to resources and community partners that support their health, safety, and stability. Due to the interconnection between the services that Jeffco provides to students to meet their needs and the importance of their partnership that harness the energy and resources within the community, we're monitoring these two end policies together. The board will also vote to accept this monitoring report tonight on its consent agenda. Before I turn it over to Matt Polero, Chief Student Success Officer, and Tara Pena, Chief of Family and Community Partnerships, is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Parker. I do want to highlight that this is a meaty report. It's lengthy. I hope the board has had an opportunity to spend time with this important monitoring report that highlights progress and some significant challenges with the board ends of 3.1 and 3.3. This is really important work. It's important to me that we make tactical progress in these areas and see impact. And Matt and Tara have done a great job. Thank you for putting this together in a way that I think is incredibly balanced, talking both about the incredible successes and progress we've made as shown by quantitative data, and also highlighting and sharing with our board and our public the continuing challenges that we have that we are looking forward to working hard to address. So thank you both, and I will hand it to Mr. Polero from here.
All right. Good evening, President Parker, Superintendent Dorland, distinguished members of our board. For our audience listening, my name is Matt Polero, and I'm your Chief Student Success Officer, and presenting with me this evening is
Tara Pena, Chief Family and Community Partnership. Good evening.
And we are going to be providing you an update on your board's in statements 3.1, 3.3, which will include interpretation of your statements, some context, some areas where we've made progress since the last time we shared this report with you, and also some newly identified challenges that we will also share some potential solutions to this evening. So starting with your board's in statement 3.1, it states every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. Board ends 3.3 states students and families will have access to resources and community partners that support their health, safety, and stability. We interpret this to mean that Jeffco will provide 1, direct services and resources in schools, and 2, connections to services and resources available to Jeffco students and families through community partners that address students' diverse learning needs, support their physical well-being, support their mental well-being, increase their safety, and increase their stability. And we will measure this through internal and external resources and community partnerships to enhance the health, safety, and stability of Jeffco students and families, and the Jeffco Listen Student Engagement Survey. I do want to make note that last year in this report, we also made note of a measurement utilizing the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. That is a survey that's administered every 2 years. This was not a year where we administered that survey. So next year, we'll report on that. All right, so starting off with some celebrations and bright spots.
So I'm so fortunate to be able to kick off tonight's presentation with some celebrations and bright spots. So for the past 3 years, Jeffco has remained deeply committed to knowing each student by name, strength, and need, and to creating a culture of belonging for every learner. Tonight, I'm excited to kick off our celebrations and bright spots by sharing some promising data that reflects the dedication, care, and hard work happening across our entire system. One of the strongest indicators of our progress comes from our Jeffco Listens Panorama student perception data, where we're seeing very exciting and insightful growth almost across the board. And these gains aren't just numbers on a page. They reflect real shifts in how students experience school in Jeffco. So I invite us for a minute to sit with this data because it's more than just numbers. So as you can see up there on the screen, we are seeing increases both in elementary and in secondary, almost across the board. In our conversations and our continued engagement with Panorama, who is the vendor that we work with to administer the survey, the feedback that they have shared with us is that research indicates that a change, either plus or minus of 1% favorability, is statistically significant. And as you can see, we are seeing consistent upward movement, especially at the secondary level in areas like school climate, engagement, and belonging. And these results aren't just numbers, as I stated before. They reflect the lived day-to-day experiences of our students and tell a powerful story of progress and promise. And this kind of growth doesn't just happen by accident. It's the intentional and sustained leadership across the system, from our district and our school-based academic leadership teams to our proactive behavior safety teams, which you read about within our report, our operational leadership teams, both at the district and school levels. Each of these teams have centered around student belonging and have built systems rooted in the belief that every student deserves to be seen and supported. So this data shows that that belief is taking root. Students are telling us they feel more connected, more engaged, and more seen. And that's a big deal, because when students feel like they belong, everything else becomes possible. So this slide and this growth is a huge celebration, and we're so excited to be able to share this with you this evening. All right, it's me again. So now shifting to another powerful example of impact, and one that shows what's possible when we refuse to give up on our students. So first, would like to shout out the incredible work of our dropout prevention team. This year alone, they re-engaged 265 students who had previously dropped out. These students didn't just return to school, they were welcomed back with personalized support and a clear path for academic and social re-engagement. Equally powerful is what we're seeing for our students in foster care. Jeffco's 4-year graduation rate for students in foster care reached 46.7% this year. That's a 22 percent point increase over last year and above the state average. Behind the number is a highly collaborative student-centered approach. Our child welfare team, which is 6 dedicated mental health professionals, provides intensive case management, facilitates best interest determination meetings, and works closely with schools and placement agencies to ensure educational stability and access to critical supports. They also implement fostering opportunities, an innovative program developed and piloted in Jeffco, now recognized as the only evidence-based approach in Colorado proven to improve educational outcomes for middle and high school students in foster care. And these aren't isolated wins. They're signs of a coherent system working in alignment, built around student needs and rooted in a culture of care. And this growth, especially for these two demographics, remind us that when we build the right systems, create the right partnership, and stay focused on every student's story, we create the conditions where all students can thrive and feel they truly belong.
All right, so one of the most encouraging trends this year is a 22.7 percentage point decrease in substance-related offenses, down from 2,318 last year to 1,791 this year. And I think this decline in part reflects stronger prevention efforts and more consistent intervention practices across our schools, with a key contributor in this area specifically has been the utilization of our third millennium classrooms, which provides students referred for substance use needs with research-based tailored modules such as nicotine or vaping 101, which is designed to match kind of the specific infraction that they're referred for. And I would say equally important is also our percentage of recidivism, which is low. Only 4% of our students who completed a course this year in third millennium reoffended, so to speak, which suggests that the intervention is not only informative, but also impactful in changing student behavior when it comes to substance use. And I would say that these results also align with a broader trend of improvement reflected in declining disciplinary incidents. So overall, documented discipline incidents are down 6.4 percentage points this year. Out-of-school suspensions dropped from 4,396 to 3,789, and expulsions have declined significantly from 70 expulsions a few years ago to just 10 this year. At the same time, we're seeing an increase in the use of supportive restorative practices, so restorative conferences are up 43.6% with 1,680 documented this year. And over the past 3 years, we've had 2,121 educators trained in restorative practices, with 734 folks being trained this year across 114 sites. So shout out to my team on that work. And overall, we would just say, that these shifts in part are driven by more consistent resources and supports across our schools, like the utilization of the discipline matrix, the school level support structures that Tara mentioned, such as ALT, OLT, PBST, access to essential and timely data, thanks to Jill's team around the data dashboards, and the rollout of a prevention and intervention manual, which has been pretty phenomenal work. And those are just a few things that I think are contributing factors to some of the data you're seeing. So moving on to things that are on track, as well as some challenges. As we reflect on our progress from last year to now, these areas continue to show strong momentum and are firmly on track, and each builds on foundational work laid out in last year's report. So you'll notice that last year's focused areas of acceleration are now this year's on-track progress updates for you. So starting with data literacy, last year we identified the need to define core data competencies and improve how educators and school leaders access and use data to inform instruction and support. This year we've made significant progress in that regard with the launch of our student progress monitoring dashboard, which is a more visual streamlined tool, combined with the rollout of foundational training for leaders and educators to utilize those tools, which we believe, and if you've seen the video where our comms team put together of interviews from teacher staff, it's helping them translate data into timely targeted action to inform their practice, which is amazing, because previous to that they were having to go to so many different places to find what they need, and now it's in kind of a one-stop shop, real time. With regards to addressing the demand for mental, social, emotional, and behavioral health resources, so following last year's evaluation of special education mental health services specifically, and taking into consideration the broader rise in student needs and the ongoing collaboration with our mental health service team, we committed to some system level improvements to deliver more timely mental health student supports, and in a way that we intend to reduce provider workload, which is something we've heard quite a bit about. So this year we launched the centralized mental health evaluation team, which focuses primarily on conducting initial evaluations of students who are potentially in need of special education, which ensures that they get timely access to support when they need it, as opposed to waiting, which ultimately can lead to reducing the burden on our mental health providers in our schools. And then, of course, 2 years ago, we had launched our partnership with Hazel Health, which is our telehealth, physical, social, emotional, and behavioral health service. At that time, we started with at-home support services only. Last year, we piloted in-school support services to ensure that our students were getting access to the care that they need when they need it. And that's gone well so far. We've also made some targeted investments in response to our data tied to student well-being, such as partnering with Girls on the Run and the Jeffco Step Up 5K to promote physical activity and support mental health and well-being. So if you'll recall, last year we had talked about how our Healthy Kids Colorado survey data suggested that there's more sedentary behavior than ever before, particularly with young females. And so Girls on the Run was a small investment and partnership that we made to promote greater physical activity for girls who are interested in that. As you recall, we also launched a comprehensive program evaluation of specialized programs across my division in student success in partnership with McCrell International. Just to recap, the purpose was to kind of assess the effectiveness, alignment, and impact of our programming in areas such as special education, gifted and talented, health services, and student services, and that work is now concluded. And we're on track to translate the findings into a coherent multi-year, multi-phase strategic plan for my division that will touch all aspects of the organization at some point. But that said, there are already some enhancements that are underway based on early findings. So some examples of that include partnering with Jill's team to pilot AI tools to improve the quality and efficiency of developing student plans like IEPs and 504s. Shout out to Creighton Middle School special ed team who's rocking this work and who will also be presenting at Courage to Risk next year, which is a conference for special educators in general. But that is helping reduce time that educators are spent on those kinds of tasks like writing the plans. And those plans are actually becoming more practical and easily understood by parents who have students with those plans, which is a nice benefit to that. Other areas where we've made some enhancements this year was just improving our family engagement efforts. So we had our inaugural Jeffco Parents Encouraging Parents Conference, which was a conference for parents designed by parents and caregivers, which was amazing. Our goal was to have 100 people, and we had well over 100 people attend the event. And then, of course, we're starting to lay the groundwork for a more coherent district-wide tiered system of support with an emphasis on all, some, and few, which is an effort that connects directly to a support structure that I'll be talking to you about here in a moment. Tara, do you want to talk about the dropout prevention?
Perfect,
Sorry.
thank you. So coupled really closely with that first bullet around data literacy for informed decision-making, really excited to report out around the dropout prevention early warning indicators that we have been working to establish and identify over the course of the last 2 years. And so we've worked really hard and collaboratively with many departments to gather data and put tools in place to support the early identification of students at risk for dropout. So in the written report, you will see we uplifted two really important interventions. First, research-based case management, where we're working intentionally to build relationship with students, but also help support really in the 3 areas of early warning around attendance, behavior, and course completion to ensure that students have wraparound supports, and we're working in partnership with schools and families to ensure that our students are supported, especially we talked earlier in that celebration, the students that have re-engaged, and we're working really diligently with the right tools and supports to ensure that we intervene a lot sooner before students are dropping out. And really what we're seeing is really excited that this year we advanced our efforts to address student disengagement by integrating early warning indicators into the school and student progress monitoring dashboard with Power BI. These indicators, again, attendance, behavior, academic performance, course completion, are critical in identifying students at risk of dropout. When combined with interventions like the no wrong door approach that you saw, that it doesn't matter, especially within the Division of Family Community Partnerships, whomever a student is referred to, across our vast department, that students and families will be met with compassion, with dignity, and with informed resources and solutions to help ensure that they remain on track for graduation. We are seeing just a lot of success in our supports to ensuring that students stay engaged, and we're also receiving a lot of feedback in empathy interviews and the data that you saw earlier in our Panorama survey data that these supports are helping students to, one, feel a sense of belonging, but two, stay engaged in school. And then for the upcoming school year, enhancements will be added to our dashboards to provide new tools to support educators in predictive analysis that proactively identify potential off-track risks to intervene earlier for student success. And so not only will it be within the filters within the student progress monitoring dashboard, but we will actually have a platform that identifies those students right off the bat so schools can intervene a lot sooner. So just a lot of promising practice.
All right, so all of that to say, we're proud of the progress that we've made towards your board ends, and we also have some challenges that we need to address. And we've heard loud and clear or I should say, we've heard clear and consistent messaging from our schools, and that's that our schools have shared that sometimes they experience a lack of coherence and timely alignment between instructional systems and the supports needed from the district to address things like academic and behavioral challenges. And we would agree that at times our central response has been spread across departments, and while each team is doing important work, we're not always doing that in sync. And so as a result, when students are struggling, whether that's with academics, behavior, attendance, engagement, or have a need for enrichment or acceleration, it can trigger kind of a flurry of reactive efforts by a single team, sometimes without the broader coordination needed to have a lasting impact. And these challenges we know are deeply and interconnected, and no one department can effectively address those things alone. So in response to that, we're bringing a solution this evening where we're going to be enhancing our district level structures this upcoming school year to build a more coherent, responsive, and proactive system, one that is aligned across teams and better positioned to act in a timely, coordinated way to support the full range of needs that our students have in our schools, and also a structure that matches the structures that the schools have. So you just take a second to look at this image. What you're seeing here is is a vision for how 4 key district multidisciplinary teams, our academic leadership team, the operational leadership team, the thriving school support teams, and our positive behavior and safety team will work together around real system levels issues like rising elementary behavior or ninth graders who are off track to graduate, for example, which you all know aren't necessarily theoretical problems. They're real challenges that our schools face to some degree. And with our current response systems, while well-intentioned, we haven't always been as coordinated as we'd like to be. And we know we need to have a stronger, more integrated structure in support of our schools. So that's what this is. So that said, one of the clearest gaps in our systems has been the absence of a systemic, proactive approach to behavior, safety, and student well-being. Too often our efforts have been reactive and somewhat disjointed, making it harder for schools to access timely and aligned support. That's why we're creating this district-level PBST. We believe that this structure will fill a critical void by leading with prevention, not just reaction, and by working in close partnership with these other essential teams like ALT to deliver coordinated, strategic, and student-centered approaches across the system when schools need it. So if you think of this system like an orchestra, because I was just talking about a musical I had attended, each team plays kind of a different instrument, right? Our ALT leads with instructional excellence, another handles operations, one centers on student well-being, and then one brings it all together. And so when the orchestra is operating from the same music sheet and the same tempo, you get this beautiful harmony. Whereas without that harmony, what you have is a bunch of solo performers, right? And so what we're really trying to do here is be aligned and coordinated in our efforts to support our schools greater than we have been in the past. So together, these 4 teams will provide a foundation of infrastructure built for consistency, coherence, and belonging. And going back to what I said earlier, they'll all operate using sort of this all, some, and few approach. And to kind of break that out for you in simple terms, all schools, benefit from universal supports. There are some schools who need more targeted support, and then there are a few schools who need intensive coordinated support, maybe across multiple areas. That's kind of the lens these teams will approach their work through. And all of this is really about making a shift from a fragmented response to a more proactive response where schools can receive the support that they need when they need it, different than they are now. So to kind of put that into context, put together just a made-up example that might resonate. So let's say our teams notice a spike in behavior incidents in a group of elementary schools. These aren't one-off issues, they're patterns, right? We're seeing more office referrals, inconsistent tier 1 practices or universal supports, and staff are raising concerns about school culture, safety, and support. So in our current system, the response can feel disjointed and delayed. But in the structure we're building, this is exactly the kind of challenge our core district teams, the ALT, OLT, PBST, and the TSST are designed to tackle together. So here's how it would work. Our ALT might use learning walk data from the Thriving School support teams to identify gaps in student engagement and maybe instructional consistency. They then might compile and offer strategies to enhance universal instruction because engagement and behavior, as we know, are closely connected. Our PBST, which would be our new team, would focus on aligning some of the social, emotional, behavioral supports. They may offer coaching tools and or guidance tailored to each school's needs, working proactively to support adult practice and strengthen school-wide or classroom systems before issues and concerns grow greater. The OLT might examine some operational factors like are staffing shortages or substitute coverages impacting consistency, and if so, maybe they provide a workforce solution to help stabilize conditions for students and staff at the school. And then going back to the Thriving School support team, which really is the integration hub, they would ensure that each team's support is aligned and timely and responsive to what's actually happening on the ground. And they would be responsible for monitoring the progress and adjusting plans alongside school teams and leaders. So they're kind of the conduit between the school and the district teams, but the structures are all aligned between the school and district, which is not something that's all the way in place yet. So each team has sort of their own distinct role, but they're moving together, responding to what the data is telling them, not working in isolation or reacting after the fact. Again, you know, potentially, if it worked perfectly, this might be a result that you would see clear alignment across teams led to faster, more coordinated responses. Tier 1 practices improved in identified schools, maybe staff are reporting greater confidence in managing behavior. Data trends are now monitored regularly to catch early signs and deploy support proactively. And what makes this kind of coordinated response possible, I think, is the foundation that we've been intentionally building over the last couple of years, right? So we've invested in high-quality instructional materials to ensure that every student has access to rigorous standards-aligned content. We've been focusing on improved data literacy, you know, including the launch of the student progress monitoring dashboard, but we also have district dashboards that these teams can be utilizing. And then we, of course, have the structures already in place at the school level. And then last but not least, you know, we're committed to ensuring that our students have clear, steady, and high expectations wherever they're at in Jeffco, that every part of our system is working toward our shared goals, and that every student feels seen, valued, and included. So that wraps up our presentation for Monitoring Report 3.1 and 3.3. What questions might you have?
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments?
Well, first, thank you for this. This is a lot of data, and in going through it, it's exciting to see because this is really critical to our students. And so I really appreciate that. My question is around the in-school Hazel Health that you mentioned, Mr. Polero.
Mm-hmm.
I know in the past, if it was in the home, parents had to be present. How does that work when it's an in-school situation?
Yeah, for the pilot schools, part of the commitment is ensuring that an adult is supervising the session. Nothing has changed about our consent process, so there is still required consent from parents or guardians for students to participate or receive services from Hazel. And they're also aware and a part of the process for planning when those services will take place. Parents can say, no, I don't want my child to have that access at school. I'd prefer to do that in the home setting. Or they can say, I'm comfortable with the in-school support services because our evenings are really, in-school support services because our evenings are really busy.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Are we also, is it when we're bringing those into the school, is it a replacement per se? And
It's supplemental.
it's supplemental, okay. So it's
Yeah.
things in addition to having a school psychologist and
That's correct.
SEL and all those things that we're already offering.
That's right.
Okay.
So sometimes students need a different level of expertise, and that expertise may not always come through an educational provider. Sometimes it comes through an external clinical type provider. So supplemental.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for all your work on this. It's a big report, and I thought it was really useful. I just have a couple of questions. I'll start with the teams at the end. I like this integrated structure. I think it's useful to look at all parts of the system. I wonder are you saying the PBST team is a new team?
It's a new district level team. So our schools already have a PBST. That was an outcome of their the collective bargaining process a couple of years ago. So this would be a team that's now formalized at the district level.
Will it be made up of current employees, or is this something we have to have new funding for?
No, there's no funding attached to this whatsoever. So it's utilizing existing resources. So the way we're envisioning this is, this is kind of the whole child team, right? So it would be current employees or leaders from, say, Drew's team, like our director of discipline, or Tara's team, our director of student engagement, my team, director of student services, so on and so forth. That would make up this body, and at times there might be a need to bring in like an external partnership or partner that's already established, so it would not be any additional cost to the district.
Okay. Throughout the report, there's mentions of different trainings that folks get, like, for example, crisis prevention trainings, and then these teams as well. Do we utilize our resources like the Frank D'Angelo Center trainings? I was looking through what they actually offer this week, and there's so many. Does our district use those trainings? I wasn't sure.
I don't know. That would be something I have to look into. I don't know if anybody else knows the answer to that question or not.
It would probably be helpful if we knew which trainings specifically you were thinking about.
Oh, well, they have de-escalation trainings, resiliency and mental health. I mean, the list is like very comprehensive. And pretty, it seems like they bring in really great trainers.
Got it. Yes. To some degree, we do. But for crisis prevention intervention specific to de-escalation and as a last resort, like restraint and seclusion, we utilize the CPI Institute for very specific reasons, because the strategies that are used in, say, a school safety perspective might be different than kind of an educational lens, but we partner very closely with Jeff Pearson and utilize some of the Frank D'Angelo's trainings that are offered.
It's funny because I see other districts like showing, we went to the Frank D'Angelo Center and got all these trainings, so I just wondered how much our Jeffco teams use those trainings as well. On the table 5 on page 20, the discipline by behavior type, that was really good to see. I wondered if a lot of that had to do with kind of I guess this is a question, was it with the rise during COVID of discipline needs that we hear a lot about from our school communities? So I was just glad to see that table and that those numbers are going down. There's a couple of sections, of course I'm not on the page, where they go up, and I just wonder, do we look at those and then say, like, okay, let's study those and see why those certain areas have gone up? For example, sorry, something's covering my screen. 3rd degree assault, disorderly conduct. Oh wait, no, not that one, so sorry. There were 2 violations of code of conduct and disobedience defiant of repeated interference. Anyways, I'm just curious, like, how do we look at these data and say, where are we going to put our resources and how are we going to address where we're seeing increases in those specific areas?
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. I would say I'll chunk that question into two parts. So the first would be, I believe that in some of these instances, and this is conversation with our Director of Discipline, areas where we are seeing increase in incident could be inference of two reasons. One is we have set an expectation that our elementary are now documenting classroom infraction, both major and minor discipline incidences, which in years past they haven't. If you're familiar with PBIS, many of our schools use Swiss data to identify trends and times of day and location and building where we're seeing trend behavior taking place, and they're using that to help inform decision making. And we did not have clean data to help inform at the system level, much to your point, Dr. Varda, where we're seeing incident or areas of concern where we can deploy appropriate resources. So one, I would say we have cleaner data now, and so I believe that what we're seeing here is actually what's reflective in the system. I would say two, last year you heard around the rollout of our discipline matrix and the work that we've done to align expectation and language around how we are assigning consequence to student behavior as they're happening at really all ranges across the continuum of student behavior. And so I believe greater clarity and understanding of how we're assigning consequence is reflective in this data as well. And then as far as training goes, much of that is what you see, especially the work that's happening in Matt's team, the Restorative Practices team, which is a team that was formerly in my department, and so grateful they get to be part of really that social-emotional team when we think about that Tier 1 best practice. Much of that training is built into Restorative Practices team. We actually just had a 2-day training today around establishing your prevention and intervention manual and coming with your school team to identify best practice and have some common expectation and calibration around what is our school discipline policy going to be around cell phone usage and you know, incidences of habitually disruptive. Are we going to be in alignment that after the third redirect, we're sending that kid to the office versus every different teacher has a different approach? And so that prevention and intervention manual training that happened today has been really well received, and having intentional time. Educators were paid to be here to do that. Having some intentional dedicated time to establish processes also helps them know, okay, now that we know these are our areas of opportunity, what are some of that training? And most of that has been, one, we offer discipline training each year over the summer. And then finally, that restorative practices training that's offered throughout the course of the school year for all schools. And then we have cohort schools that are receiving some targeted support and coaching throughout the year.
I was just going to say, and also part of the idea behind the 4 teams that we mentioned earlier is that this PBST essentially would own this data and regularly monitor it, engage in thoughtful conversations and dialogue with kind of a multidisciplinary team that is interconnected with the ALT and the OLT so that we're more coordinated in how we approach some of this data than we have been.
I want to just build upon that a little bit. I believe in the celebration of the data that you saw around expulsion, from 70 expulsions to 10, what is not mentioned in here, but I think is attributed to that is our school review team, so as our student review team, which is SRT, and that has been really a labor of love over the course of the last 3 years, in which we take a trauma-informed equity approach to making decisions and recommendations around specific discipline and misconduct in the classroom. That being said, we do believe that the PBST that is recommended to have a central team really brings that up in altitude to say there are some underlying root behaviors that are happening that are contributing to that individual student in that individual classroom, and we want to be able to analyze and look at that trend data at the system level and have a team of mental health providers, potentially some school leaders and other that can really help inform and maybe identify where we have blind spots in trainings or deploy resources to help a school that might be seeing some systemic issues. Really, really grounded in trauma-informed and equity-centered practices. And again, I believe that much of the success we're seeing around the expulsion is that collaborative approach and a multidisciplinary team, and I believe that we'll see some of the same success with the launch of the PBST as well.
Last, I just want to say thank you for some of these really specific focus areas, like the success around re-engaging for dropouts. I think that will, I'm glad we're paying close attention to kids who probably need extra attention. And the parents encouraging parents event. I do a lot of work on systems of care with babies and young children with special health care needs, and we work with parents, and if you ask them what their number one support is, they always say other parents or their family, no matter how many systems supports we put in place. So I can imagine that would be an encouraging and way to strengthen that social support system for these parents, and so I'm grateful for that work. Thank you.
Hello, and thanks for delivering this information to us. Questions about the PBST, just for clarity's sake. The example that you gave us was a school level sort of systemic, multiple incident issue. Is the PBST going to be dialing down into specific student issues?
I think what the intention is, like utilizing data as kind of like an early warning indicator, like when you start to see some discrepancies, to say, okay, let's have a conversation with that group of schools or that specific school's TSST, which is like their core 4, that includes like their community superintendent, their special education liaison, so on and so forth, to say, hey, let's have a conversation around why this data looks the way it is. And let's have a conversation with that school leader to see what support, if any, they might need given what this data might be telling us or not. But yes, it could get down to the classroom student level. I would say that that's not always going to be the case, but absolutely. Yeah.
All right, and
or I should say that wouldn't necessarily be the core focus.
Right, that's not the primary use of the PBST.
That's right.
Right, okay. The other question I have is around chronic absenteeism and attendance. Is there a way that PBST or this coherent system of support is going to, where would like chronic absenteeism fit into here as far as coming up as a
That's
trend?
exactly right. So this summer, we're going to be doing some work to really establish like what metrics are each team going to be responsible for monitoring regularly. And absenteeism and engagement will be one of those data points that the PBST is closely monitoring.
My apologies for the interruption. I would also say that, the work that you saw in the student perception survey data, we are seeing tremendous growth, and we always have an opportunity for growth. And creating cultures of safety and belonging, having high expectations and high supports for not only instruction, but for culture, encourage students to come to school, right? And so the other work that is happening within the quality of the instructional experience, the extraordinary student experiences. I mean, there's a lot that we believe will attribute to that, and it is something that is nationwide continuing to be an issue. Two things that you saw in the report. One is that we do have representation on a CDE committee that brings districts across the state together to really address and identify barriers and opportunities to address chronic absenteeism. And so we are learning some lessons that we're looking in ways that we can use data, but also opportunities to engage in some of our most vulnerable communities. And so that's work that my team is really looking at very closely, having the dropout prevention truancy team within my division. And then finally, our DAC has established chronic absenteeism as a special project, and they're also really looking at scale where we have communities where students are struggling to engage, and how might we lean in and engage in some focus groups, some empathy interviews, and address needs and remove barriers to help encourage regular engagement in school. So there are some things happening at scale, and that's going to be a system-wide lift that we're going to need to continue to pay attention to.
Thank you. I just want to lift up the articulation area work that happened in the Alameda articulation area around taking a look at early indicators for chronic absenteeism, and hopefully some of the knowledge that was gained there in that articulation area can be pulled into conversations with PBST when it comes into
That comment is very timely. Just met with Trevor. Members of my team and I just met with Trevor, who's the Dean of Students, who was Dean of Culture, who is really focused on improving attendance in the Alameda articulation area, and shared some tools and some lessons learned and some growth and opportunity. And I know that he's meeting with some other schools and has done some outreach. And so I think some of the tools that he's established align and complement nicely to Power BI and the dashboard. And there's some unique things that he's been able to do around student engagement in after-school activities and sports and things that I think are really interesting. And so excited to stay engagement with him and see how might we use that to help inform our strategies for next year.
Excellent. I'm happy to hear it, that the work that he's been doing is going to carry forward. I think the last question I want to ask is just, when do you anticipate that this will actually launch?
Yeah, so we are actually carving out a good chunk of time beginning in June, so in the next couple of weeks, to really start to provide some clarity around how these teams will operate and the roles that they'll serve. But this will be something that's in place to launch the school year as a part of our Strong Start initiative. So right away.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. I find this data very hopeful. It says, as we hear from so many people about the direction that our district is going in, the data says we're going in the right direction. And I really hope that our community is paying attention to that, because it's solid, it's evidence-based, and I appreciate that. So on that particular point, can I assume that with the results that you are anticipating on slide 16, that we will be using data to see whether or not we are actually achieving those results? And when might we, is that something we would, well, I say we, that the board would hear about next spring to sort of show what has happened, or would we hear sooner?
I would anticipate, one, this is a challenge or an area of focused acceleration within the monitoring part. So absolutely, we commit to circling back and sharing progress over the year. And I would imagine there will be opportunities in regular board update or the different engagements that we have to share progress as we implement this new structure. So excited to share that and would really provide feedback at your request. And so really, yeah, excited to see where it takes us.
Yeah. Another thing I'm really excited about is you're talking about the SRTs. And those have been around actually for a long time in the district. It's really nice to see them actually becoming effective. I think one of the things that we've tended to do in this district for a long time is to halfway implement things, or to start and then stop, and then shift gears and do something different. And we never give something a chance to work. And so seeing us really settle into this thing that had tremendous potential and make it work for us is very exciting to see. My only other question really is, I know we just looked at data earlier about how being in CTE programs is impacting student graduation rates, student achievement rates, all of those kinds of things. Do we have a sense of how that is impacting absenteeism? Are students more likely to come to school if they are in a CTE program?
I think that is a fascinating question. I would imagine somebody smarter than me has that data somewhere. And so I think that we can look into that and get back to you on that. I think that would be a really interesting correlation to take a look at. I would imagine, I'll just guess, to make an educated guess, that when we're seeing especially the decline or the addressing of disproportionality in access, especially for our students of color in CTE programs, and closing those gaps, which is so exciting. I would imagine that students that are that engaged and that committed to their outcomes and to their future are in school.
that is also something that has come up as an outcome, and you'll hear about this next year. Our Equity Accountability Committee and our participants there are wanting to hear a lot more about career pathways, especially for students of color. So there are so many ways of interconnectedness, but I think that's a data point we should definitely bring back. So thanks for asking.
Anecdotally, I'll just share a quick story, and I'll refrain from sharing the student's name, but I was out at Arvada West High School recently, and I got the opportunity to talk to a young lady who's graduating this year, and she actually shared a story of her boyfriend, who is also graduating this year, who was on the verge of dropping out. And the whole purpose I was out there was to learn more about the counseling program that they've established, because it's a bright spot in our district. And in her story, she had shared that her boyfriend was not coming to school. And then he got connected to a counselor who connected him to a local internship where he could work with his hands, and I think it was in the field of construction. And he actually had shared, or she shared on his behalf, that he found a new purpose for coming to school. So I would say that anecdotally, yes, I think that assumption is that when kids have purpose and relevance, they will show up.
So yes, thank you very much for this. And I just have one question. Are we using first team data to inform us in these ends? Because I didn't see it mentioned in here.
Yep. So you will see me again next week. So I will be reporting on board ends 2.2 and 2.6, and you will get a lot of first data and talk about the impact that that's having in the system.
And the reason I ask about it in these ends is that the Parents Supporting Parents event was really, really good, but what I did learn from it is people don't know what resources there are or what path to go through with a lot of frustrated parents. And I think most of us keep trying to direct them to the first team to get, to start to their question.
And there's some other kind of low-hanging fruit and that emerged from the student success program evaluation. Just for example, like putting some of those resources on our website and sharing them with families, or letting our families know that they're available on our website. So there's some immediate things that we're doing in that regard too. I think you probably heard that in my session a little bit. So.
One thing you'll also hear next week that I think is directly connected is the launch of academic partnerships, where we'll actually host centrally and regionally parent workshops at kinder, 6th, and 9th grade for families at those key transition points, and let them know around the programming, the access, the process, and the ways in which they can engage and support. As a mom of an incoming 9th grader and an incoming senior, there are still a lot of things that I don't know about just how to access information. And so thankfully I have a really great school and they answer all my questions, but we need to make certain that information, especially about some of this tremendous programming and supports, are more visible and more accessible for families. And so we'll hear a little bit more about that next week too. But you see so much alignment in all these different things, which is great.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, the board will speak with TDPAC leadership. I'm trying to see if the acronym for Technology and Data Privacy Advisory Committee. And they will tell us about their strategic initiatives on the committee and topics of shared interest. And before I turn the time over to Joe Ibeck, Chief Information Officer, Christopher Linton, Director of Information Security, and Mike Wright, TDPAC Committee member, is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Parker. Thank you to Ms. Ibeck, Ms. Linton, and Mr. Wright. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being patient and being here so late into the evening. We appreciate that. Thank you also for your service on this committee. I think it's a really exciting time for technology in many organizations and industries, but in particular in public education. And while I know we need to strike the balance between supports for students that are live, in person, and amazing educators, we have to also acknowledge that there are technology supports that we can begin leveraging both in the student achievement arena but also in our operational efficiencies, in HR, in transportation, in all kinds of things, especially as we're learning more about the organizational benefits of AI. And so grateful that in that Wild West of technology times, we have experts in our community who are willing to come to the table and advise us, give us thoughts, talk to us about safety measures, appropriateness, inappropriateness of the use of these tools given their industry expertise. Mr. Wright is one of these people, so we appreciate your expertise and you lending it to our school districts so that we can get the work we're trying to accomplish with technology safe and right for our kids. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Ibeck.
All right. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dorland. Thank you for that introduction. As Director Parker already mentioned, we'd like to call our Technology and Data Privacy Advisory Committee TDPAC. So you'll hear that acronym over and over in tonight's presentation. And for the sake of putting faces with names, we'll go ahead and just redo introductions, even though we've talked about who we are already. I'm Jill Ibeck, the Chief Information Officer here at Jeffco. I'll turn it over to Chris.
There we go. Christopher Linton, Director of Information Security and IDAM.
I'm Mike Wright. I'm president of a Campus Guard, a cybersecurity consulting company, and I'm a dad of 2 Jeffco students.
All right, and before we get started with our agenda and getting into our agenda, I do want to recognize and thank Director Parker as our honorary board member. She was a trooper this past school year and attended every single TDPAC meeting, so we appreciate your support and advocacy and being present for us. Our agenda tonight, we would like to cover with you what we talked about over the school year, 24-25. So we want to do a TDPAC year in review. You may recall in our September meeting together, I can't remember if it was the study session or a regular meeting, but in September we did come to one of those meetings and talk about what we hope to accomplish from an agenda perspective with the board. I'm happy to report that we did accomplish talking about all of those items and some, and we're going to look at what those things were and review those with you tonight. Additionally, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Linton. We received some great feedback in our last TDPAC meeting last Thursday about what we can look forward to in 25-26, and I'll turn that over to Chris when ready. Okay, just some logistic changes to notify the board of for this year. One of the things that we are so thankful for is we had a committee chair stand up and volunteer to be the committee chair overall. This is a first for TDPAC, and it's something that we are very thankful for. Erin Norton is our committee chair. You may recognize that name and face. I believe that she is also a member of the District Accountability Committee, or DAC. Very, very thankful to Erin, and of course Mike. He's done this a couple years in a row, so thankful to have the partnership with Erin and Mike here tonight. We also have worked to make improvements to communications and collaboration with TDPAC and between district staff using collaboration tools. So we use Microsoft Teams when we are not meeting. And so we aim to meet about 4 to 5 times a year, pretty much quarterly. And in between those meetings, we seek more feedback with TDPAC by utilizing our collaboration tool. And so our meetings are very much in a synchronous fashion. Our Microsoft Teams collaboration tool is very much an asynchronous tool that we use to communicate throughout the year with TDPAC. So lots of improvements there that we're looking forward to even more next year as well. We also enhanced our meeting documentation and feedback process. So using technology, because it is TDPAC, we are recording and transcribing our meetings, and we're using AI to create meeting notes and post them to our website. So being innovative as we can. One of the things that also happened logistically this year is we were able to onboard an external facilitator, so we are thankful once again to the board for support of Trace Faust from the Keystone Group, stepping up and keeping us on track and keeping us facilitated throughout the year. Okay, as promised, we're going to go through the topics that we spoke to the board about that we hope to achieve in September. and go through our 24-25 school year TDPAC year in review. So first and foremost, one of the recent board written updates that you may have received was about where we went this year with AI in education overall here at Jeffco. So of course, one of the first topics that we wanted to take to TDPAC was AI. It was a hot topic. It was something everyone was talking about, and we were clamoring to get their feedback, as you can imagine. In that board update, we talked about building a framework built on best practices and principles around AI. That's for our students, that's for our community, that's for our staff, and the entire Jeffco community. And so when I think about the framework that we built this year, it was done with TDPAC's input, and we are so thankful with what we've learned with them throughout the year. So not only did we create this framework and some websites, both internal and external, to serve those populations in our community, we also did some pilots as well, some AI pilots. And we looked at TDPAC to really lean into what it meant for data privacy as we thought about these pilots, what it meant for data governance as we thought about these pilots. So really, really thankful to TDPAC for leaning in on these two topics. I'm going to pause and ask if Mr. Wright would like to lean in.
Sure, thank you. As you can see by these topics, there's a combination of timely, fast-evolving areas like artificial intelligence. We talked about the use of AI by educators, by like admin staff, by students. It's every time we spoke about it multiple times, and every time we did, it's like there was something new that had come out since the last time we talked about it as well. So I know that this is going to be something we're going to spend a lot of time on in the future as well. But I'm a big fan, like the Jeffco AI website that was released. Really well done. Like as a parent looking at it, like it gives me sort of a sense of comfort as well, that the district knows what it's doing when it comes to AI. High impact, like the ERP modernization. I mean, that's not something that's, I don't know, like as popular to like any given community member, for example. But such high impact from a dollar standpoint, but also from just a running a business standpoint. That was really good conversations that we had, and then. Like some more social topics, like the last one, the device usage. That was one of the topics that I think we discovered. We had a lot of passion around, and a lot of like diverging opinions around. So I think that's also something that we're going to continue to talk about a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I would agree, and just want to tag team with Mr. Wright here and talk about two of the other bullet points that are listed here on this slide. And so another thing that TDPAC helped us out with here at Jeffco quite a bit was talking about setting up data governance here officially as a framework here at Jeffco. It's another first for Jeffco. We're very proud of it. The framework that we set up is, of course, around our student data, which is primary, and we look forward to extending that framework to other data sets like employees and operations type data. And so TDPAC, once again, thank you to the crew for leaning in and reinforcing that we're doing the right thing around data governance. Operations in support of student outcomes is all about feedback that we get from our school leaders. And so the last 2 falls, we've sent out a panorama survey to our school leaders to talk about how we are doing from an operational perspective. And one of the things that we've heard loud and clear from our school leaders is that they need access to systems faster, especially at the beginning of the school year. And so we have what is, of course, another legacy system provisioning our folks as we onboard them, especially at the beginning of the school year. We have experts all over in this space from TDPAC, Mike and friends, I will say. And they really leaned in to understand our current environment and helped us understand what's out there and how we might be able to modernize as well. So we're really thankful for TDPAC leaning in there for what we call our identity and access management type functionality.
And then just continuing on, the first meeting I was able to attend this last year was in December at the end of 2024. At that point, we had Madalena and Jeff from the Security and Emergency Management team, and they came and spoke to TDPAC about the secure environments and district presentation, really leaning in about how security cameras, key fobs for doors, secure vestibules, both current state and potential future state, can be used to really keep our students safe in all the schools. And it was a good conversation. We had breakouts at TDPAC talking about how we can utilize technology in those school situations. Continuing on, more in the February meeting, we did provide an update about Gaggle. If you're not familiar with Gaggle, Gaggle is school monitoring software, and they reached out to our district leadership and offered a free safety audit. So what our role was in the update at the February TDPAC meeting was to update TDPAC about what that Gaggle safety audit would entail, how we would go about provisioning that data to the jeffcoschools.us Google Workspace domain. And what Gaggle has recently completed, it was about a 45-day audit of the data, and they're in the process of compiling that report, and then we'll be providing it. So we look forward to sharing more details about that in the interest of student safety. We've also had some great updates from Kevin Hahn and his team related to the Data Governance Committee and sharing out to TDPAC how the Data Governance Committee is continuing to watch and monitor new and evolving software solutions that the district is using and how it integrates with our district data. We did have a brief update related to the visitor management and volunteer system, and that has started to move forward at a project level. Is there anything you'd like to add on that one?
You can continue, and if there are questions, I'm happy to jump in.
Sounds good. But I'm excited. I believe that was one that in this coming school year that we will see more updates, and we'll likely be able to report back to TDPAC. And then finally, as Mike referred to earlier, probably the most robust conversation in the February meeting was about the Jeffco purchased network devices and student usage, and really robust conversation. So that's one leading into the next slide that I think we're excited for TDPAC to continue to discuss in the 25-26 school year. Anything to add on that, Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Christopher. So one thing I'd like to focus on the first bullet point regarding the Safe and Secure Environments District presentation. One thing that a lot of people don't really think about is nowadays physical security mechanisms are all network-based, computer-based, right? So there's a cybersecurity aspect to those as well. So I really appreciated having that discussion with the folks that came in to talk about that and to talk about some of the latest threats and risks that affect things like badge readers and cameras and that sort of thing. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it gave me a good sense of comfort, right, that we're thinking about the right things when we're implementing and modernizing these systems.
Thank you. And the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So I didn't see it there. So then our final TDPAC meeting of the year was just last Thursday. And what we were trying to do with this, and what I'm excited about as I've had conversations with both Aaron Norton as the chair and with Mike, is we really want this to be a community-driven committee. We don't want this to be the district pushing topics to the TDPAC committee, but to hear from those TDPAC committee members what's important to them, what resonates with them, and what topics they would like to discuss. So thanks to the Keystone Foundation, Rennie was able to help facilitate last week to kind of brainstorm and talk about what topics potentially we haven't quite finished, such as the student technology usage and AI, of course, because that's an ongoing issue. And we were able to start workshopping those and start talking about potential TDPAC topics for this upcoming year. Two that I wanted to highlight for this section is specifically related to potential monitoring and filtering tools. So depending on what some of the results of that Gaggle safety audit, there's potential real-time monitoring that software like Gaggle or also Securely, which is our current web filtering software, would be able to provide related to student website searches, student website activity, emails, communications to provide real-time information to help protect students. But due to the potential privacy implications of that, we definitely want to have TDPAC involved to be able to weigh in on those topics so that the community is informed. If it's always about a balancing act of trying to weigh the privacy versus protecting student safety. As I mentioned, that Jeffco purchase network devices and student usage topic, I definitely expect that to be a robust conversation continuing into the next year. And then one that I believe Ms. Pena referred to in the previous section, but related to cell phone policies. The state of Colorado recently passed and Governor Polis signed the Colorado House Bill 25-1135, and it dictates that, I believe it's in the next year, so about 13 months, you as a board will have to put together a policy related to cell phones. And we're looking forward, I believe in June, Lisa Relu and her team have a report related to cell phone policy that she'll be sharing out. But then we're looking forward to both TDPAC and DAC really trying to lean in and help support those efforts and support you as a board in this next year to consider what the policy might be a good fit for Jeffco. And then obviously ongoing discussions as this AI landscape continues to evolve. Very excited about our AI website and the resources, but there's still a lot of work related to that that will continue to change and evolve. What would you like to add, Mike?
Thanks. Yeah, so one thing that piqued my interest in the last presentation that just preceded this one, in the intersection of some of the monitoring that we're talking about is, obviously we're going to have to, as a district, balance monitoring student activity on district-owned devices and potentially using some of that information to maybe help identify and prevent some of the issues that we were just talking about in the previous presentation, but balance that with like the regulatory and the socially expected privacy expectations of students. So I expect that to be a really good discussion for us to work through next year.
All right, and with that, we welcome questions and dialogue from the board.
Board members, questions, comments?
Thank you so much for coming through to talk to us tonight. I know we're going to have the cell phone policy discussion. That's going to have to happen. I am curious if there's been any discussion at TDPAC about a district-level AI policy. Talking to other board members across the nation, honestly, in February, I got some information about the necessity of AI policy for safety reasons, not using our student data to train AI tools. And so I'm curious if you all have had any of those conversations.
Yeah, actually, this did come up really early on with TDPAC in that early September meeting that I spoke about with AI. One of the things that we did strategically is we're watching this space evolve, and we're watching what other school districts are doing. We're watching what's happening at the state level. But we did take action when we built that framework by adjusting existing policies around discipline and other behaviors to include AI as a technology. So we did make adjustments to existing policy. Should we need to consider something more robust just for AI as a technology, we certainly are monitoring that space and may have to do so depending on what happens at the regulatory, the state layer.
Thank you for that. It did not become clear to me until February when I was talking with other board members, the urgency around paying attention to that for student safety. The other question I have is not related at all to the things that you have brought up here, but I am curious about sort of social media trends and the impacts that they're having on our device usage, particularly in middle schools, and what the impact has been from, I don't know, Chromebooks and lead.
Yeah, I'll lead us in here and look to Chris as well to chime in. One of the things that we also spoke to TDPAC about early on, I don't believe it was combined with the AI topic, but more along the lines of student device use and what's happening out there in the social media world. That prompted our student technology services team led by Sean McDermott, which includes our educational technology team, to do a pilot at some very brave schools and articulation areas that we have, I would say. And so what we did is we were able to make adjustments at the network layer, Jeffco network layer, that is, of course, to block certain social media sites and to try to understand what is happening in the classroom. It's a little too early to talk about that data as we're just wrapping up getting that data. It's very preliminary, and we're still trying to crunch it and work with our academic leadership group to be able to understand how to utilize it as well. But we did do some experimentation, and once again, it's one of those spaces that continues to evolve. It's a hot topic. Also came up in TDPAC about, and we had polar opposites on TDPAC about how they felt about cell phones in classrooms and social media as well. So we're going to use this group to continue getting that feedback and continue informing us and continue getting dialogue and information and what's going on out there in the K-12 space as we learn and go along.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks so much for your volunteering participation. I'm glad that we have some experts, because it's not me, on how we should manage our technology in education. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a lot of questions. I want to share I have an enthusiasm about AI that I was asked at an event recently, someone said, what do you think about AI and how it's destroying our kids' way of thinking? And I was like, what? Because I run this company where we have 9 people and we've had to become smaller because of fiscal constraints. But almost everyone on my team has an AI assistant, and it has doubled our efficiencies and our production. Like, for example, our marketing and communications person, we do network science stuff, so he has a network science AI assistant so that when he puts out marketing stuff, he can check with the assistant, and the assistant can kind of look at it and make sure it's scientifically accurate or whatever. But what I'm excited about is for our kids. Like, I think a lot of people are afraid of what this is doing, and I think definitely the safety thing. It took me going through a while of using ChatGPT before I realized that unless you have a paid subscription, all your data is fair game and they can use it to make it learn. But once you have a paid subscription, there's a policy they won't take it. But who can pay for it? So there's a lot of things, but I think our kids need to be ready for the market that's going to expect them to be an employee like I'm expecting my employees. So when someone comes in and we're interviewing, we'll ask them, what kind of AI skills do you have and how do you use it? And I have data scientists and tech and developers, and they all use it in a different way. I probably use it the least, to be honest. And so I think it's exciting to work on this from a also very positive perspective in ways that we can make our kids marketable and the kids that folks want to hire, because they're coming out of our schools with these skills that are just going to make them, the best candidate, because they know their biology, they know their reading, and they also know how to use AI to enhance their work. So I'm just a big fan of keeping everything safe and no plagiarism, all the things everyone's worried about, but just really digging into how it helps even our district, be efficient, and then our kids be just world-class leaders because they have those kinds of skills. So thank you for caring so much about that. And I'm a little geeky about it, so I'm excited.
If I can just add one thing to what you said. At my company, when we interview new employees, that's already one of the questions we're asking. How do you use AI? What are you playing around with? What are you experimenting with? What's your experience with using it? So, imagine 5-10 years from now when some of our younger kids are graduating and entering the workforce. How proficient with the latest technology they're going to have to be.
I just remember just a few years ago, the big question in tech companies was, what's your favorite app? And people would tell you their favorite app, and it was supposed to tell you about them, but now I think the questions have changed a little bit in this direction too, so thanks.
Thank you so much for everything you do. This is it's such critical work, and it's just constantly changing. And so I profoundly appreciate the people in our community who have expertise in this area, who are volunteering that expertise for our students. So I greatly appreciate it. There was one comment tonight in public comment, and sometimes, we hear one thing from community, and then we have community groups that specialize in a thing. And so I'm interested in that too, and I sort of want all of our community to hear about it. So we had a community group who advocates very strongly, and I greatly appreciate this from them, that we collaborate with community, that we hear community. And one of their suggestions was that they felt like the visitor management and volunteer system was unnecessary. And so I'm interested in sort of like a quick and dirty overview of TDPAC's discussion about this particular issue.
I will kick us off here. This is something that we have yet to bring up formally as far as a decision about any types of systems or technology with TDPAC. However, what Mr. Linton was mentioning, I think on his first slide, is that we did have Jeff Pearson's team join us and do the same type of presentation. I believe that was given to DAC and maybe other committees as well. We're still gathering lots of information here too. We obviously have some types of systems in place today that are live live. And we have to gather our requirements and understand what this district would need before we can understand a large-scale system effort. And so that's something that we're trying to take our time and be deliberate about before we make decisions, and of course, asking TDPAC to weigh into as well.
If I can add to that, when we did talk about school safety, physical security, that was part of the discussion that we had. And for that session, we had separated into smaller groups to kind of have separate discussions about, some of the aspects of what we had just learned. And the smaller group that I was a part of kind of settled on the fact that, listen, like things like visitor management, physical security controls, just like information technology or cybersecurity controls, it's extremely difficult to give like a quantitative risk assessment, number for it, right? However, doing some sort of qualitative risk assessment on a control like that, combined with other physical security controls that we have, it's kind of outside the wheelhouse of like TDPAC itself, but it is something that we talked about. Whether or not it had been done, we're not really sure, that was a part of the discussion. But to do some sort of risk assessment on controls like that, the public may not end up seeing that, right? And whenever you get into qualitative risk assessments, you start getting into more subjective discussions. If this happens, then this, what's the impact? How do you assign an impact to certain things? You may have low likelihood, high impact events when you think about the equations for risk assessments. It gets really difficult. But I guess, I heard that comment as well. My reaction to that was like, I don't think a risk assessment fairly done would result in a relatively minor control in terms of implementation and maintenance, like a visitor log would be. I don't think a risk assessment would result in recommending that not be done. It's almost like there's some things like putting on your seatbelt. It's relatively quick and easy to do, but it can potentially have a high impact in terms of saving your life. When I look at compliance frameworks across the corporate world for things like credit card security, there's a standard called PCI DSS. Financial institutions that are licensed in New York have to comply with the New York Department of Financial Services cybersecurity regulations. They all require things like visitor logs, not because visitor logs itself is meant to somehow prevent something massive from happening, but it's part of a defense in depth framework. So under the assumption that one of your controls may fail, another control may pick it up then. So I see visitor logs as just a part of that defense in depth framework.
Again, thank you for all you do. This is all of our committees are super important, but this one really tackles some sticky wickets in a lot of ways, so we really appreciate you. I just had kind of two questions. The first, when we talk about AI, and I think I've asked this before, so I'm kind of validating what I think I heard in previous meetings, so forgive me. When we think about AI, are we considering kind of a closed Jeffco AI that's not necessarily out in the ethos of the whole internet? That's what we were talking about. Is that correct?
Not exactly tonight. Okay. So when I talk about a framework, it's more about our philosophy, our principles, our best practices, and our citizenship. So we have some tools that we have vetted already that are ready for use for our teachers, for example. So the framework is really all about acceptable use, best practices, and principles. Now, I'm going to actually turn it over to Mr. Linton about what you're talking about, which is building generative AI for Jeffco.
Yeah.
So related to that topic, for staff, as Jill was referring to, we do have as part of our Microsoft 365 instance, a Copilot that we have an agreement with Microsoft that data is not being shared outside. So that's something in our Microsoft Teams, and we've been encouraging staff to do this, that if they want to use recording or transcription for a Microsoft Teams meeting in which they might be discussing sensitive student information or Jeffco information, that's being kept inside just as a Jeffco email would, and it would be protected. And my team has actually been really trying to look for and crack down on any unauthorized AI and trying to build more robust vetting process because there is a lot out there. They're springing up all the time, and it's very easy for people to see, ooh, this is a shiny new thing I can add to Microsoft Teams, but it doesn't have that same privacy and compliance in place. And then I also know, to add to it, Sean McDermott, the Student Technology Services Director, has been working related to Google Gemini. And at some point in the future, if that is approved for student use, that will also be a closed system of our Jeffco schools.us Google Workspace. And what I really like about that from an information security perspective is it will be tied into our Google Vault functionality. So the same way that in the event that we have to do an investigation, the same way that we can see Gmail emails, Google Drive files, we will also have auditability of that Google Gemini chat transcription in that safe environment. So it's something his team has really been leaning in on to keep that safe and protected if and when it's opened up for student use.
That's really helpful, thank you. So if a teacher is using AI now, it is in the ethos, if you will? I'm using all the wrong words.
If it is the Microsoft 365 Copilot, yes. And then I would encourage you to check the new website. It's jeffco.ai, and that will redirect to the public-facing page. And then there also is an internal staff page on the Team Jeffco intranet to provide additional guidance related to vetting and best practices for teacher use and for some of the different teacher use cases.
I would just add that we welcome your feedback as you peruse our new website as well. So we have also engaged TDPAC and asked them for even more feedback, as once again, they did help give us information that helped us build this framework out appropriately.
Awesome, thank you.
I think of particular importance, though, is just digital literacy in general. I mean, it's evolved from lock your computer when you walk away, don't share your password, don't use the same password from multiple sites, don't share potentially embarrassing information on social media. Now it's also be aware of how your AI provider is going to be using the data you provide it, and if you're not sure, don't use it, right? So there's a significant awareness and training component, in not just for like Jeffco staff, but it's, we also talk about like how students may be using AI either now or in the future. That's a part of it as well, I think.
Thank you. A lot of these topics do impact students. I mean, all of them, right? AI, social media, devices, cell phones, their usage, data privacy. Does TDPAC get, or are you planning to get student voice at all when making some of these recommendations?
I think that's a fantastic question. It's not something that we have that has come to us quite yet. But because Mr. Linton is now the Director of Information Security and Identity, that's a mouthful, I would love for you to weigh in on what that could look like.
I think I would really love that. We had at a recent Jeffco Town Hall Quarterly, I think it was earlier this year, the Jeffco Student Leadership Board actually came to us and spoke about their usage of Google Workspace versus Microsoft and weighing in on some of those. So to have that same voice, I think at TDPAC would be very welcomed. In my experience with Jeffco IT in particular, I've loved the experiences, especially with the JeffCon, and then recently we have what's called the Take Apart Day, and we actually get to go to the middle schools, and the students get to take broken Chromebooks, they disassemble them and then reassemble them, and it was a wonderful experience, and I think it really helps ground a lot of the IT team in why we're here, that we're really about serving those students. So I think we should look at trying to include that student voice and what would be a thoughtful and strategic way to do that at future TDPAC meetings.
When the board hears about the cell phone policy update, I think it's next month, and so we have had additional conversations with JSLB students around cell phone policies, around the use of AI, and social media supports and education around safe usage of social media. Those things probably could, many of them, as you go into next year with TDPAC, be great opportunities for a connection between JSLB and our committee. So I'm looking at Tara and she's nodding, and I see that she's going to help us maybe get that bridge built. Thank you. Thanks.
I love that idea. I think that's really valuable. And I think to your point, we're also teaching the kiddos, right? So JeffCon's a great example of, hey, you could have a session on, do you know how to use AI? Do you know what happens to your data in AI? I think your committee in particular has such an impact on the way our students think about and use technology that I would just really encourage any and all opportunities for that.
Okay, well, I don't have questions because I've been part of your meetings, but I do want to make some comments for everybody here. First of all, as far as student voice for AI, in the two student student-led town halls that I did, it was the AI that got everybody involved, that everybody was talking, because most of the time, there were just 3 or 4 that would speak up, and the others were not sure what they were doing. But anyway, so I love that conversation with them. Also, I am so excited that this committee and all our committees have parents with students in Jeffco schools. And I want to communicate to the community that we've got these advisory committees. You know, we're not in an ivory tower. We're not just making decisions without any input from, you know, the users of our services. So thank you for being a parent on this. Also, we have some higher education members, a couple of School of Mines professors, and boy, they have a head start on us with their AI. I thought it was fascinating listening to how they were working with their students on that. And this is specifically for Mr. Polero. And I want you to know that my daughter, who is a SPED teacher in high school, she was part of the pilot study, you know, the training. She is raving about Gemini. So not only is it helping her with IEPs, but it is also, I think I mentioned to you, helping her catch students up if they missed some lessons, and how is she going to let them know what they missed. And it was particularly the podcasting ability that she could put together, so her kids were motivated and energized, and they wanted to see what did I miss, just because it was in a much more fun format than just trying to read somebody's notes. So were just a few things that I wanted to point out that I think are very exciting. And with that, thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around late. All right, so next we have an action item on the Arvada Aquatics Center, and we will formally consider the resolution authorizing an additional investment in the Arvada Aquatics Center in the amount of $3.5 million. Is there a motion to approve the resolution authorizing an additional investment in the Arvada Aquatics Center of $3.5 million?
I move to approve the resolution authorizing an additional investment in the Arvada Aquatics Center in the amount of $3.5 million.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a little. I just want to share, I think this is something that, well, for the listening public, that we've talked about in study sessions and we have been presented to. And so I know, and I think we even discussed it in one of our study session, 30-minute sessions. And so I want to lift up that there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this. And for me personally, it's been a really difficult decision because as we've heard all night, we're faced with a lot of budget challenges right now. And our relationships with our municipal leaders are very important. And our partnerships with our municipal leaders are very important. And so I just want to lift up that I know I in particular, and I know from the conversations we've had on the dais, that this whole board has taken this vote really seriously.
I'll just add one thing. It's hard for us to know, none of us were on this board when this was proposed or negotiated, and none of us voted on the original financing of this, so it's difficult to know what the intention was. But from my personal questions of folks who were in those negotiations, both on board and then with the city, I get the impression that the idea was that we were splitting the cost for this pool, and as partners, that was our obligation. And the benefit to our students has been great. I met several swimmers this week who I talked to about swimming there. So I'm glad we have a place for our students. I don't think we could have afforded this on our own. So it's just difficult for us to quite know as a board who is doing this many years later. But I do agree we've put a lot of time and thought into this.
And I would like to comment too, as mother and grandmother of a lot of swimmers, and I went to see my granddaughter swim at the new center 2 weekends ago, and it was fantastic. It was her first time in long course. She was scared, and she loved it. That having been said, I appreciate the fact that we were not on the board when it was voted on. I have spoken to 2 members who were on the board when they voted on it, and they both told me that they thought that's all that they were obligating the district to, was the initial outlay. And so that will inform my decision. I do believe we're in a severe budget crunch right now. I am looking under couch covers or whatever it is to find money for our employees for their compensation. So that is why I will be voting no on this tonight. Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve the resolution authorizing an additional investment in the Arvada Aquatics Center in the amount of $3.5 million. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Ms. Applegate,
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
No.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. And that moves us on to the consent agenda items. 8.01 through 8.28 are presented in board docs as a proposed consent agenda. As a reminder to our listening public, the board received a preview of these items at our May 7th and 9th study sessions. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda as presented in board docs?
I move to approve items 8.01 through 8.28 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Roll call, please.
Ms. Applegate.
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay, and that consent agenda item passes. So the final agenda item of the evening will be leadership reports. First, we have the opportunity to hear from Superintendent Dorland regarding updates on the work of the district since the previous regular business meeting.
Thank you, President Parker. The majority of my time since the previous meeting has been enjoyed at graduations. And so it's been a long evening, and I want to take just 1 minute to say congratulations to all of our incredible graduating seniors, including my daughter, Olivia Dorland, who I got to see graduate on the Golden High School graduation stage, and it was incredibly special for me. I also want to thank all of the amazing educators, school leaders, educational support professionals, parents, guardians, grandparents, friends, and other family who have been part of the lives of our seniors as they've gone through our schools and have partnered with Jeffco Public Schools to support every graduate in the success that they experienced over the last month. I also hope that all of our families had the opportunity to just take a minute and mark that important occasion in their child's lives and really take some time to enjoy it. I know I did, and I'm grateful for that. And so congratulations, seniors. We are all behind you and hoping that the experiences you had in Jeffco help you achieve your biggest dreams.
Okay, any other directors ready to go?
All right. So since our last meeting, I attended negotiations, which gave me an opportunity to speak one-on-one with individuals or in small groups with employees, and I really appreciated that opportunity and the people who came up and took the time to speak to both Director Parker and me. I had a chance to meet with the Mamas del Piloto before this meeting, even before the meeting today, and I appreciate all of their hard work and the delicious food. It really is very good, and I am hoping that we are able to really meaningfully integrate what we've learned from them. And I know that there's going to be some challenges to that, but I think that we can rise to that challenge. And definitely had the opportunity to attend some joyous graduations. Very busy month of celebrations, and congratulations to the individuals up here who attended graduations of children and stepchildren, and it's very exciting. And then I'm going to spend most of my time on the thing that I was really surprised at my reaction to it, at this opportunity, and I've been talking to every single person who will listen just because this is what I want to talk about. So I'm going to lift up a particularly impactful event for me. I had the opportunity to meet with students at the Jefferson Junior Senior High School Newcomer Program. And for anyone who's not familiar with the Newcomer Program, it is for our students who are very recently immigrated to America and have just enrolled in Jeffco schools and are kind of getting their feet under them in the American educational system. It's available K-12 in different iterations in several schools with high recent immigrant populations. This is a new initiative for this year. It was also my first experience, as we talk about using technology and using apps, using the Google Translating app. And I was delightfully surprised. It was so easy, and I was able to have these really comfortable, natural conversations with students who are in the program. So I could really hear directly from them. There were no adults who were helping to interpret or translate. It was their words and my words, and an actual natural give and take between us. And what I learned is that our newcomer students are understandably and even predictably worried about immigration policy and very concerned about discrimination in America in general. And I was not surprised by that, but I was very moved by what they had to say about it. I also learned that they wanted more classes that teach them how business works in America, how to network, how to move their careers successfully along the paths that they want. I spoke to a particularly ambitious and charismatic young man who absolutely insisted upon using English with only very few prompts from the translator. And I was just amazed at the progress that he clearly had made in his time here. And he has his own YouTube channel for teens who are recent immigrants to help them understand about American culture. And I mean, it was just the coolest thing ever. I was so psyched by the whole thing. And so the other thing is, and I asked them a lot of questions about, do you feel safe in Jeffco schools? Do you feel welcome in Jeffco schools? How's your experience here? And I was so glad to hear, and school board member really didn't mean much to them, just like it doesn't mean anything to any teenager I talk to be perfectly frank, except for the Jeffco student leadership. Otherwise, they're like, yeah, whatever, we don't even know what you do. And it was still kind of like that. So I did not have at all the sense that they felt like they needed to please me. They genuinely are happy. They feel safe. They feel welcome. They deeply appreciate their teachers. They deeply appreciated that Jefferson Junior Senior High School and that Jeffco were working so hard to help them succeed. They understood that that was important to us, and it was important to them. Their only criticism was a lack of opportunities to blend more with American students. They had spent the year together for most of their academic classes, and they felt like it had become too easy to rely on their native languages, and they wanted more academic and athletic opportunities to be pushed harder and to more fully integrate into their new home. And I suspect from what I saw from these kids that next year they are going to be ready to push themselves, and they're going to do it. Of course I believed in the importance of the newcomer program and the mobile welcoming center and the family ambassadors and all of the other services that have been created by you, Superintendent Dorland, and Tara Pena, and other members of the cabinet and other Jeffco leaders and the teachers who have been involved. But there was something so satisfying about seeing how much the kids that we are serving are doing with the help that we've provided. And it was just incredibly rewarding. So I just wanted to tell you guys about it because it was just the coolest thing.
Well, I'm happy to follow that. I'm glad you had that good interaction. Thanks for sharing. So I missed our April 10th board meeting in person, so it's been a while since I've been here for a full-on board meeting. But since then, I've attended 8 out of the 9 graduations that I'm slated to attend. I have one more tomorrow evening. And then the graduations are always a highlight. It's a joy to celebrate with our communities. And I'm inspired by our student speakers every time at those graduations. It's very touching. I also got to attend the middle school Battle of the Books, which was thrilling. And has inspired me to read books next year so that I know the answers to some of those questions. But it was really exciting to feel the energy in the room during that event. Beyond that, I've had individual meetings with lots of community stakeholders, participated in an Elevate Education podcast that is still yet to come out, but soon will be out. I've visited with both our remote learning program and our virtual academies to learn a little bit more about what they do and how they operate. We did have a panel. We heard from AEC folks about concerns, and I was glad to be there and to hear community feedback from those programs. I also attended community meetings at Bear Creek High School and in Evergreen to talk with community members and hear their concerns. We attended the Good News Breakfast. I also attended a negotiation session and a middle school art show. I mean, the list is very long. Jeffco Thrives Awards, Alameda Attendance Pilot Information Meeting, Evergreen Community Action Meeting about education, the retirement dinner, I want to lift that up. I think we shook hands with close to 100 people, and based on the number of years of experience, it had to be over 1,000 years of experience in education, well beyond 1,000 years of experience. And I'm so grateful for just the long and dedicated careers of so many people who are, moving out of service this year, and some of them are going to come back and give us a little bit more time. But that was really moving and inspiring for somebody who only spent 5 years in the classroom. I just am in awe of the longevity for some folks. I also attended a DAC meeting. And I also sent my kid to Greece on a school trip with his middle school folks. And so shout out to the Carmody Adventurers in Greece. What an awesome experience for our students who have access to those trips. And the JCEA end of year breakfast. So there's just a lot of things. May is a busy month, and things I want to acknowledge is that the result is that as I slide into the end of May, I am utterly exhausted. And I think that a lot of other folks are as well. And I just want to acknowledge that it has been a difficult school year. And I want to hold space for that. And for folks in our community who are still, we're moving into summer vacation, and I think a break is really needed and deserved by everybody in our community. So I hope that folks get some rest and some renewal, because it has been a really hard year. But I also want to lift up my joy at, despite the difficulty, that our students and our staff members are continuing to work together and to collaborate and to have conversations. They're not all easy. Some of them are hard, but we're continuing to show up. And that is the best that we can ask, is that we do the next right thing and take the next step forward together in good faith to support our kids and put our kids at the center of the work that we're doing. And for that, I want to say thank you to everybody in our community who is centering kids in conversations and in the work that they're doing.
I have been to all the things that have been mentioned. I am fairly overwhelmed right now with all of the things going on in our district, the standstill of our JCEA negotiations, a budget that we are supposed to approve here in a few weeks that has a $40 million deficit included in it. I'm pretty just overwhelmed with what we should be doing right now, and I am hopeful that we can focus as a team on righting some of this ship. I welcome all the feedback and community interaction, and will continue to do that work as well as I can. I thank the teachers and our school communities for all the work they have done this year, and look forward to their rejuvenation over the summer so that we can start the new school year in great ways for our kids. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, yes, oh, you didn't go yet? Please go.
Since you get the presidential privilege of going last, I'll interrupt. I want to add, the mamas group, I do think we should add that to our discussion for our study session on that advisory. You already done. Director Reed, way ahead of me. I also want to lift up the graduations. They were really special, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to hand my stepson his diploma. So I just appreciate all of you for letting me do that. All of you for letting me do that. It's really meaningful. And it's really cool to see how each graduation is unique, and how each high school, no matter charter, comprehensive, big, small, they all have their flair and what makes them special, and they celebrate together, and it's really powerful. I was also at the JCEA breakfast, and I want to say thank you to all the principals. I know it has been a hard year, and so thank you to all of our administrators and the people who are there answering questions from parents, and managing carpool lines, and managing drop-offs, and managing the whole gamut. I want to say thank you to our teachers. I know we're there, and everyone does deserve a much-needed break, and so I'm very appreciative of them, and our staff and our schools. We couldn't do it without you. I want to give a special thank you to our activities security team and Principal Graham from Golden High School. I had a 5-year-old that whacked her head pretty hard at a lacrosse game, and lo and behold, here comes our security team. They were right there. They helped her. Principal Graham went and got ice. It's just really cool to see a bunch of people react to a little girl being injured, no matter where we are. So a huge shout out to them, and our EMTs who came to help her. So, and then also, as we think about graduation, we heard it a little bit earlier, I think from Ms. Pena and Mr. Polero, that, kindergarten, 9th grade, 6th grade, just because we graduate from high school, there's a lot of movement in our schools. And for, as a parent of a kid starting kindergarten and college next year, those transitions are not forgotten. And so thank you guys for recognizing that. There's a lot of parents who are anxious for the new beginnings that are coming next year. And so I appreciate that those resources are out there for our parents. And if they're still listening at this late hour, reach out to your new principals, ask the questions, get on the site. There's a lot of information out there. And I have a lot of gratitude for everyone at the table and everyone at that table for the year.
Thank you. I had a hard time writing down my remarks for this evening. In fact, I didn't do it until just now. I also attended the JRLP school, which I thought was fascinating. I learned a lot there, and also the Battle of the Books. I also have this reading list. I have to get it in advance, though. I'm not that fast a reader. I also went to the Green Mountain and Bear Creek community meetings. I went to the art shows, which is always a highlight of the school year. And I purchased a piece of art from a Fletcher Miller student. And I have it in my study right now, and I got to meet the artist, and it was very special. So I was very excited about that. There are so many bright spots in this district, and we saw a lot of them tonight. And then when you go to the graduations, and you see all the students with either their academic cords, you know that they put all their effort into being the best student they could. But there's also the wonderful creative caps that the students design, and the only thing I did not like about it was the backflips. And Chatfield has to do a much better job of not having backflips. But there's also end-of-year celebrations, which I love. It's great. So usually this time of year, I'm very excited, and I want to thank all the staff that's still here late at night when we're going over the agenda time. And it was wonderful to see the principals and appreciate them. But all these bright spots are overwhelmed by a cloud of mistrust right now. And it breaks my heart to see it. As Abraham Lincoln said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So I think that it's up to all of us, whether we're on the cabinet, the superintendent, the school board, in the schools, parents, teachers, sport personnel, community members, we have to all ask ourselves, what can I do better? What can I do to repair this? So I know over the last year and a half, I have some broken relationships with the associations. So it's not right for me to just wait for them to come and apologize or to say, hey, can we start over? I have to do something too. So I encourage everybody else to think about what you individually can do to help repair this distrust. And one thing specifically I ask is that whenever you point out something that's going wrong, I just urge you not to ascribe bad motives to whoever it is that you're criticizing. We are all humans, we all make mistakes, and there's plenty of responsibility to go around, and there's plenty of healing that we can all contribute to. So I personally am excited that the school year has ended on such a high note for our students and our schools. I mean, the information we saw tonight has been so heartwarming. Actually, and I'm looking at Amanda over there, and I have to give her a shout out because of all the people sitting on those tables right now. You're all working really hard, but Amanda, most definitely. But with that, I think we have reached the end of our night, and we will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a board study session scheduled at 3 p.m. on June 4th here at the Ed Center. Good night, everybody.